and welcome to Norway Chess Classical 2023. Today is round number 8 and that is the penultimate round there. We have the scoreboard over here, the games over here. Gukesh versus Tari. Gukesh is white. Alireza versus Anish Giri. Mamedaro versus Magnus Carlsen. Norderbeck versus Nakamura and Caruana versus Wesley So. So that is going to be amazing. Also, it's a very important round because if Gukesh is white and if he beats Aryan, then he can get 3 points. So that is why, as the tournament is coming closer to the finish line, guys, let's cheer for Gukesh. How are you all? Let me open the live chat and I hope everything is fine. Yes. Hello everybody. There we have the live board and games have begun. D4 by Gukesh. By the way, Alireza versus Anish is also very interesting. Also, Caruana is the leader. So we have to look at that game, what happens there. Good evening, says Samir. Kaijo says hello everybody. Hi. So many people dropping hi in the chat. Nice guys. Let's have Guki OP and also Hearts OP. Hearts for Gukesh. D4, Knight F6. What's Gukesh going to do? C4 here or G3. By the way, we had a very crazy opening in the last round. Magnus versus Alireza, where if you guys remember, Alireza made a very hatke move. What was that move? Does anybody remember in the opening? Bishop F4 by Gukesh. Oh, guys. This is Paris opening. Isn't it? Let me have the game photo now that you have seen the standings there. Yes, there it is. Day 8. Trap में फंस नहीं रहे हो. Yes, Samir Sinha, क्या बात है? Good memory. G5 was the move which was played by Alireza against Carlsen in Sicilian, and that too on the 4th move he had played G5. Yes, guys, this is London system. You are absolutely right. And I guess it's most of you's favorite. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mihir Kanani, yes, hello. Long time, Mihir. How are you doing? D5 there by Aryan Tari, and Gukesh is thinking, yes, he goes E3. We will be expecting C5 over here. What about other openings? Let's have a quick look there if any craziness is happening. Magnus's game, Magnus is playing. Oh, here also did they play London? No, not London. Bishop F4. Okay. What about Anish Giri? Oh, what's that? Anish is black and E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, G3. Guys, Alireza once again on move number 3 playing some weird stuff. G3. Of course, it has been played on top level even by the ex-world champion, the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen, but it's definitely not the most popular there. G3 and Anish goes Knight F6 and D3 by Alireza. So if many of you want to avoid theory and if you're playing mainstream tournaments, classical tournaments, maybe a good idea can be to start following Alireza's games. Nakamura versus Norderbeck. This looks like E4, E5, Bishop E5, Rai Lopez over there takes and knight goes back. Is it some type of a Berlin defense? Castle, D4, Bishop F6, Rook E2, Knight C4. We have seen this line before, though may not know the name of the sideline. But Knight C4 was Nakamura's move, and Nakamura is prepared against Norderbeck. Norderbeck is having a little tough tournament there. Wait, if you go D5 right now, guys, black to play, just to check if all of you are alert. Sakar Chess is it's still an Indian defense. Accelerated London. Okay, a quick question to all of you. Black to play here. Knight c4 was the last move, which actually stops d5 for what reason? Yes, Samir, Hunan, Dark Knight, Knight takes b2. Of course, this guy is hanging over here. So that is the idea of Knight c5 right now. d5 is not coming, but White can play b3 over here. Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game. e3 and Aryan Tari is still thinking. 5 minutes he's been thinking. What is it? Was he not expecting London from Gukesh? What do you think? What do you guys think? Go for Fisher Price. I did not get that. Then if Aryan is thinking and if he has not expected London from Gukesh, then as we say, it is the first little achievement of Gukesh to surprise your opponent in the opening. To play the opening, to play the line which your opponent is not expecting or least expecting. So that is it, and e3 has been played. Let's check Fabiano's game, the leader over here. He wants Tarash, London attack. Okay, let's go Fabiano's game. d4, knight f6, c4 by Caruana, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Guys, I have not asked you this question since a long time. What is the name of this opening? What is the name of this opening there? Yes, Nimzo Indian, Beloglavi, Anitya, Samir, Dark Knight, Arav, Checkmate, Sakar. That is Nimzo Indian which we have on the board. e3, how many of you play Nimzo Indian? Castle here, Bishop d2 by White, d5 already going in the center, Knight f3, b6 there. You can develop the bishop to b7, but you can also have some options here. C takes d5, C takes d5 and bishop d3. And Wesley is thinking right now. First of all, he can take back the bishop here. You have these kind of ideas there, knight e4, bishop e7. But maybe also on king side, black can play some attacking ideas with knight e4, f5. Those also are the ideas. Also, another question, can black go bishop a6 here? Because you might think bishop takes a6, knight takes a6 and queen a4, and you might think black is in trouble, but black can defend the knight with queen c8 there, and it is also possible. In fact, it has been played by Carlsen as well. So going back here, bishop d3 played by Fabiano. Going to Gukesh's game, Aryan Tari is still thinking, and finally he makes the move after a long thought of how much time? 6 minutes. So he goes g6 over here. Wesley, so is my dad's godson. Okay, so g6 here, quite a powerful line against London there. And what do we have? Guys, how many of you firstly play London? So this must be very, very exciting for you all. Have I shown you also the standings in a moment? 1 second, let me just quickly go there and show you the standings. Here we have the standings. Fabiano on 14.5, Nakamura 12.5, Wesley 10.5, Gukesh 10, Anish on 10, Firuza on 9.5, Magnus on 9, Mamedaro on 9, Nodirbeg on 6, and Aryan on 3. So this game, generally, many times the player who is not having the best of the tournament, you want to beat the player. And this time Gukesh here clearly in form, whereas Aryan is having a tough tournament there. Not like he's playing bad. He is playing great chess, definitely. Some of the games he even lost with, he was very close to a draw or winning, and he's lost such games. But this game is exceptionally important for Gukesh because firstly he's white, and tomorrow he's going to be black with Wesley. And right now, if he wins, I mean, last 3 games, Gukesh's game have gone to Armageddon, meaning that white will have 10 minutes, opponent will have black will have 7 minutes, and if black draws or wins, he still gets as a win. So this game, if Gukesh is able to win in classical, then he gets 3 points, and that would be very important from standings perspective because that would take him to 13 points. And if Nakamura, Wesley, they go to Armageddon, then they will also, it will be a lot of joint competition over there. So that is the reason this game is extremely important for Gukesh. So bishop g7 played by Aryan Tari there. Gukesh is thinking right now, what are the options? How do you continue with the opening? Okay, he tells you knight bd2 he wants to go with. Knight bd2. Strange, Aryan is spending so much time, says Shrikant. This shows he is seeing something totally unexpected. First 10 moves players play very quickly. I mean, he would definitely know the opening, that is for sure. The only thing he did not expect is Gukesh playing London system. And there, when you know your opponent has prepared, the first thing you want to do is to try and answer in a way which your opponent would again be least prepared. So that way he might be thinking ki what would Gukesh have focused for London. I mean, what is the reason Gukesh chose London against him? And that way he might try to bring up some new preparation which he had done for some game, that kind of a thing. So yeah, knight bd2 castle. Shall we also check the opening once? Yes. Let's go to chessbase 17 now that our computer doesn't hang. This is the live board anyway we have, and that's me. Okay, so d4 and f6, knight f6, bishop f4 played by Gukesh, d5, right? Yeah, d5, knight f3. Oh no, wait, I think I have to make a new board because I think I went for only Gukesh's game, guys. These were only Gukesh's game which I was checking, and maybe you can also check here. Gukesh is white, and for d4 knight f6, let's see if Gukesh played at the second move bishop f4, and we don't see that. Okay, it is not updated in the last few months, but otherwise he had not played it. Gukesh had played c4 and knight f3. So you can imagine when Aryan is trying to prepare, if he doesn't see the move bishop f4, then definitely he is not going to be expecting that. By chance after knight f3 it would have got converted as well, maybe bishop f4 if Gukesh played. Yeah, here he had played bishop f4, so it did convert, and there is no g6 move. You can see there is no g6 move, so Aryan thinks for a while and then goes for g6, which means Gukesh's opponent have majorly gone for c5 and e6. You can see here these are the strongest black players here. So c5 and e6 have been played by Gukesh opponents. This what I am seeing is right now chessbase 17, on which there is mega database, and I am trying to check out the games of Gukesh only. So that is also bishop f5 has also been played, and g6, maybe Aryan is actually trying to surprise Gukesh. So let's also go to new game, yep, there we have, and let's check d4 knight f6, bishop f4, d5 knight f3, g6, e3 by Gukesh, bishop g7, and he went knight bd2, knight b d2. Yeah, there we have the live database, and here actually it's updated. Knight b d2 castle was played, and Gukesh went for, no, Gukesh is thinking right now. No, Gukesh went for c3. You can see 90 games, and he's got not 90 games, how many games here in c3? Transpositions. Okay, it will go to many of the transpositions. So Gukesh has played c3, and Aryan is thinking. You can see b6, knight b d7, c5. These are the main moves. And who has played? Let me just show you. One moment. Yeah. Maybe this goes here. Yeah. You can see here Aronian, Hans versus Hans Niemann. Aronian versus Hans. Aronian has played it quite a lot. Yeah, Kamsky, Demchenko. With black also you can see these players. So here you can see and you can check the opening over here. Let's go back to the Leech's board, our main board, live board. Oops, yep, let me get the live board back. Idhar chala main udhar chala. Okay, so there we have b6, the main line. We are going into London system b6 by Aryan Tari, and Gukesh is thinking he can develop his bishop here, bishop d3, bishop e2. Well, he could also play h3 and stop black's idea, control the g4 square and stop black's ideas there. But bishop d3, once again the main question comes to the mind is this move bishop a6 fine for black? What do you think, guys? Is it the right time to go bishop a6 and try to exchange this bishop? What is your opinion? c5 incoming, knight b d7 and c5. Hi from California, says Hylan. Oh, very nice. Hello there. Is 1500 LO at the age of 13? Good to have a career in chess in future. Tricky question. Definitely good to have chess, even good to have a career in chess, even if you are maybe not rated as such. But if you're really passionate about chess. Oh, look at this, guys. What does Gukesh play here? No bishop d3, no bishop e2, no h3. He is going for h4. And doesn't that remind you of Sicilian fill in the blanks? Which Sicilian, guys? Which Sicilian does it remind you? Is it your classical rating? By the way, 1500. But if you love chess, I think you can do a lot of things. Even if you want to study, even if you have other things to do, definitely chess can always go on and on. Oh yes, Beloglavi, Sumed, Samir, Ayush, Harshit, Dark Knight, it's Dragon, and there we have the hook. What does it mean by a hook? It means you can it becomes easy for you to go for a pawn break, to open the file, to create the pressure on that point, basically. So that way, this has already advanced one square and h4 by Gukesh. Now, is he really going to go for long castle, or is it like this pawn stays here and later white is anyway intending castle? Now, that is definitely a question, but this move definitely intimidating for Aryan, and he must think right now whether the natural instinct is for h4, you want to go h5, and you also want to say stop. It's like a signal, it's like a red signal there. So will Aryan go h5? That will definitely be one question there. And Gukesh can delay, development of this bishop. He can go knight e5 now that h5 has been played, and he can completely change his plans there. Also, once h5 is played, which is the square that black has, we can say, slightly weakened. We can say that. Rakshat says, I thought Sagar was back. I think from Nagpur, Sagar took a flight, which is, and then he just disappeared somewhere. The flight landed, but he disappeared somewhere. Yes, g5 is the square. Absolutely right. So there we can have this knight going to g5, and it could get dangerous here. These light square pawns there, and we know Gukesh loves to attack. So that could be a possibility, a style of play possible for h5. Of course, you can play normally as well with bishop d3 and castle, I guess. But h4, if h5 is not played, let's say if black says, oh, your king is still in the center, you're not even developing, should I think of playing c5 directly over here? That is a question black can ask white. Black can ask Gukesh, in fact. Because can Gukesh go h5 here? No. If he goes h5 right now, after knight takes h5, unlike dragon, in dragon what you can do very easily, even with your eyes closed, you don't have to count material. You can just play rook h5, gh5, and this sack usually is very powerful in dragon. But in this case, white doesn't have much pieces yet attacking the important points there. So that's not very easy and very useful to just give the rook sack over there. Why do you give a sack? In return for some compensation. Have you got a compensation? Yes, maybe the double pawns. But then you need to attack them. And then you still need to improve your pieces. So अभी तक सब धीरे धीरे चल रहा है. The construction is happening. The building is not yet ready to move in. So इसके लिए h5 would be a little too early there. So let's see what Aryan is going to answer, because it is very, very interesting. This for sure he is not expecting. He is now on 1 hour 45 minutes. Gukesh also has taken a bit of time there, but clearly when he went for h4, it seems like he had in mind that this is something he wanted to do. Yeah, in most fianchetto positions, KID also. Yes. Is bishop a6 a possibility? I definitely like that question. I mean, I usually love to consider the move bishop a6. Firstly, you're also trying to exchange one piece when these light squares could get weak there. So bishop a6, knight a6, let's just suppose. And what can white do here? White, if he continues with his idea of knight e5 there, let's not forget, could be weak here, but let's not forget, if you go a move like c5, I think, considering this, if this position arises, no doubt of Gukesh's next move, white to play. What looks like the most interesting idea here for you? Shrikant says, I've seen some mating puzzles which involve moves below 14. The problem in chess is so complex. There are so many patterns. Even players like Magnus miss some patterns. Yeah, chess is a hard game. But no, I think many of you do have this question ki maybe you are rated around 1500, 1600, and then you are maybe 12, 13, 14 years old. You might be thinking, okay, Gukesh, Pragnananda, all of these guys 17, 18, 19 years old, and they are on top already. So what sense does it make for me to play? I am 13 and just 1300. But I think all of that doesn't really matter. Firstly, what is important is to take inspiration from these guys. That is great. It shouldn't feel like you have to stop playing chess, or you cannot do anything like a career just because you're not 2700 at the age of 17. It's fine if you're not. What do you enjoy the most? And do you really enjoy? You might think you enjoy, but do you really enjoy the whole difficulties lying around it? Do you enjoy still even if you lose? Or do you get, super angry, and are you able to make a comeback? How much? Lot of questions are there to understand whether how much you truly enjoy playing chess. It comes with preparation as well, and it comes with huge amount of focus. But I would say majorly just try and enjoy, play chess, practice, whatever time you can give. थोड़ा time pass को cut कर सकते हो. Focus on your fitness because that also impacts your chess over there, and keep studying. If I mean, unless you definitely don't enjoy studying is another thing. But or if you're lucky enough where you don't have to study, then that's amazing. Rakshit says h5, knight h5, rook h5, g h5, queen h5. Okay, that's the line which Rakshit is mentioning here. h5, knight h5, rook h5, g h5, and now he's ready for the sack because the knight is already on e5, and he could think of going here with the idea of long castle and rook c1, rook h1. Yes, definitely a fair suggestion, but the only problem is you still need some time. You can be a little slow, and black has two good defensive ideas here. Not too good, I mean, of course, too good as well, but two, I mean, not three, not one, two defensive ideas. Maybe you can find them. Krishnan says, I hate chess sometimes when I lose 6 to 7 matches straight. Do you hate chess or do you hate the way you played? That will work after castling long. E6 or f6. E6 or f6. Two moves have been said. E6. Actually, E6 looks quite natural for many of you. And here you have the bar. The dhokebaz meter is not giving any dhoka this time. It's very, very clear. And the idea is also very, very simple. What is the idea here? Less than 100 likes. अरे ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? Come on guys, like the stream because that like this time is going to stay. Because the stream is not going to end. We have solved our internet issue. So like permanent रहेगा. प्यार का पता नहीं but like permanent रहेगा guys. So do like the stream, and by the way, oops, ये मेरे दो वीडियो कैमराज हैं and guys nobody is giving me this feedback. मैं दो वीडियो कैमरा के साथ क्या कर रही हूँ? Look at this, by the way, just me, my duplicate me was hiding this. There we have one more thing I want to mention here, that on Facebook, by the way, we are having 989k followers, and that is almost going towards 1 million. So guys, if you have not followed us on Facebook, that is another place where you could think of following us, and you will get amazing updates. Definitely, we promise that. Yes, long castle, of course, long castle. Jitna jaldi, you know, this guy पढ़ाई के लिए US गया है, and suddenly he's coming here, and then they're gonna be whole family together. So that's gonna be fun. So this is the main point, long castle, and if now f6 is played, it's going to be a little too late here, takes, and maybe better idea is first to go bishop g5. Where is the queen going to go? Wherever the queen goes, queen takes h7, king h7, and well, number of ways to continue, but bishop h6 definitely one of the strongest is possible, and here black will get tied down. Still not easy, still you need to continue this attack. And final question here, find that key move here which you need to make in order to say that the attack is successful. By the way, for h4, Aryan is still thinking. He's still thinking. So great choice by Gukesh. He has been also having phenomenal opening preparation in some way. Like, अरे वाह क्या बात है. सिद्धांत नरेंद्र, डार्क नाइट, समीर, करण, सुजल, अलवीज, नॉर्मी, अजय, सुजल. How come यार? You guys are simply brilliant. ये लास्ट बंदा बचा था. and he's also joining the attack, bringing all the pieces together. So knight f3, very powerful move. You can see this is a pin, so it's a pseudo defense. Knight e5 is a big threat here. Knight can also jump to g5, and this will be absolutely over. Anyway, knight takes, there is another pin there, knight coming to g6, so this is going to be over. Just an example of how one wrong move and the game can flip. That's why it was important. A very nice defensive move. Okay, let me tell you, it's hard, it's very hard. There were two moves. One move is f6, and that is an important move there, where you are kicking this knight away at this point of time. And if this time long castle happens, you're gonna be a little late for that. Rook h1, e takes f4, and a Kaylee queen and rook can't do anything much against these guys over here. So that is one thing. f6 definitely possible, but the other idea is very difficult. So my question to you all, do you even want to attempt, or you don't want to attempt? If you want to attempt, please, once again, let me make a request. Do not look at the engines. Be true to yourself. I think on day one we all made a promise to each other that there is no engine involvement when you are going to answer. But it's a tough move, it's a defensive move, and maybe not to your liking, but if you want to find it, black to play here. What's the best defensive idea? We have seen one f6, and what else? h6 is pawn blunder. Yeah, h6 definitely takes, and you're not helping there at all. Queen d6 has been suggested, long castle same. But yes, actually few of you have found it. Ajay, Siddhant have found it. Queen e8 with the idea of f6, and now if you long castle, it's not going to work, because with f6 the queens will get exchanged. So that is the beautiful idea there. Queen e8, maybe it helps you at some point of time, just the pattern, because many times while attacking the queen is on h5, the knight is on e5, so this could be an interesting idea there. So queen e8 is a difficult one, but good to know. Okay, so that was all about these analysis, guys. After this we saw with bishop a6, बहुत ही deep में गए, but we saw with the simple moves, takes, knight e5, c5, everything natural, and h5 was suggested by Rakshit. But what I believe Gukesh will play in this game, in this moment, if he gets this, could be g4, and that could be very interesting for him. So that is my guess. Let's see what happens. Firstly, Aryan Tari, whether he'll play bishop a6 or not is very hard to guess. So black to play, Aryan still is thinking. He is now 20 minutes lower than Gukesh. 1 hour 33 minutes for Aryan, 1 hour 53 minutes for Gukesh. So there we have, and move number 7th only. We are at move number 7th only. Can we check other games? Magnus's game. What is... Oh, Magnus. Look at this Magnus's game. Is Magnus a pawn down already? Queen takes c2 was the last move by Mamedov, but rook d8 by Magnus, and this guy here is attacked. Well, Magnus could take queen d4 and should have been okay. Rook d1, queen goes back. Yeah, that could have been a possibility. But he says, no, not even this much chance. I'm just simply next move going to take with the rook. So this game is going to an Armageddon, and Magnus will be black, which means Mamedov is entering in a must-win situation. So that is very funny. We'll have fun to see Magnus ka Armageddon for sure. By the way, Ali Reza versus Anish Giri. After bishop g2, black is playing like Italian setup. You can see bishop c5, knight c6, knight f6 there. So here d6, Anish goes for d6, white plays c3, and a5 by Anish, castle, rook e1, he defends this guy here, and later might prepare for d4, h6 by Anish, stops bishop g5, d4 already by Firuza, bishop goes to a7 and h3 by Firuza over here. So Anish is thinking what to do. He could think of ideas like, b5, because normally the light square bishop is on this diagonal and you cannot consider such a move like b5 with the pawn on a5, so definitely not. And that could be an option, b5 b4 definitely. Apart from that, what else? Anish can go rook e8 and keep this guy defended over here. That could be another option. So let's see what Anish is going to think. And this is interesting. With the bishop on g2, the whole thing changes, though everything else is very close to Rai Lopez's Italian structure, but this bishop is all that made the difference. Who is Gukesh going to play the last round? He is going to play with Wesley So, and he will be black. Okay, over here what white has played is b3, knight b6. b3 was played, by the way, Nordirbeck's game, which we were looking at, and now a4. Okay, he is intending to kick this knight away. Knight goes to d5. Anyway, bola ki, why should you kick me? Let me only get out from there. And knight d5. So this knight has been actually dancing. From knight d6, it went to c. In fact, it had a long journey. When did it start? Look at this, guys. Knight f6. फिर ये knight f6 से e4 पे आया. Then it went to d6. Then it went to c4. बाप रे. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The knight has made 6 moves out of 12 moves. Quite a hero here. Main role मिला है इसको game में. So knight d5 played, and you might consider the first idea is to kick this knight again with c4, which is definitely a possibility. Ki knight will have to finally decide knight b4 or knight e7. Knight is, I mean, both the moves are completely fine, but this can be an idea. One idea, c4, to keep kicking the knight away. The other idea is to simply develop bishop b2. So Abdul Sattar was thinking 7th knight move incoming. Maybe if white attacks the knight, possible. Gukesh and Tari still thinking. Caruana versus Wesley. Okay, I think we left at rook e1. Bishop b7 was played. Queen c2, a6 and e4 by Caruana. Already the central break. Now, how many guys there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 guys supporting e4. 1, 2, 3, 4 guys attacking e4 here. If you just imagine a simple exchange here, takes, knight takes, bishop takes, because when you want to play e4, the very first calculation you need to do is what happens after all of the takes, with the in the end attacking the rook on a8, and this is the question. The first very question. If this is okay, then it's okay to consider it. The knight will of course develop to d7, defending the rook on a8, and this position for black. Next move, knight f6 is going to jump with a tempo. This knight will try to sit on d5 like a blockader to the pawn as well. Plus, it could also pressure the h2 side, we never know. But that is already happening. D takes c4 is happening in the game. What else can you play? Knight e4, of course. Wow, is it going towards simplification already? Vishwa says knight was a dancer, but due to peer pressure, he chose to be a warrior. I thought you were going to say knight was a dancer, but because of peer pressure, he chose to play chess. Knight e4. So this takes can happen, and taking was almost forced because e5 otherwise would be very dangerous. Okay, let's come back here again. Oh, we have got a move by Aryan. He has played c5. He already started with c5 even before bishop a6, even before exchanging the light square bishop, because he thinks that this bishop could contribute also to the defense of the of white's attack. Plus, it could keep an eye on g4 also. So that is what he's played. Maybe Gukesh will jump to e5 right now. Already he might jump to e5. Looks like that's what he's going to go for. Tari played c5, Tari played c5. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. What about Carlsen? Did they draw? They're playing, but they will draw. Right now they are giving perpetual. Yes, and that's ending with a draw. Queen d3, queen d8 perpetual. So Carlsen's game in 20 minutes will start with Armageddon there. Firuza versus Anish. We saw Abdusatarov's game is interesting. We will see if he goes c4 or not. And Aryan's game c5, knight e5. If knight e5 cd4 is the question. If knight e5 c takes d4. But what is the problem with c takes d4? Can you not take with the... In fact, you can take with e takes d4 also, c takes d4 also. Both are equally good. Both are possible. C takes d4. And what will be your next move for black? Next move is not very easy because this c6 square is weak. You have played b6, quite a committal move. You might think of... Imagine if you go bishop a6 right now. Already you are in trouble. Wow, find a good move for white here, guys. A very nice move for white. देखते हैं ढूंढ पाओगे कि नहीं. Think. Wow. Dark Knight, Mahesh, Chan, Chaitanya. Well done. Knight c6. Quite an interesting idea. Basically, you are attacking the queen. At the same time, you are deflecting this knight over there because this knight is also attacked twice. So knight takes c6 there and you get the double bishop advantage. You win this bishop and now that's a pretty important advantage you're getting here. So double bishop advantage. This would be strategically a nice move, a very positional nice move. Knight c6 there. So that's why bishop a6 wouldn't be nice. Imagine you just try to develop the knight to d7 there, but you can, maybe you cannot take because after takes. Let me see. Yeah, you can. But if I go bishop e2, then you cannot, because now if you take this time, the knight cannot go to g4 there, and for the knight to decide, maybe knight d7, trying to attack the e5 pawn, but this knight jumps in, the queen attacks the d5 pawn. If you play a move simply like e6 or something, then h5 will come in without the knight here, so doesn't look so good for black. So knight d7 also doesn't look so easy, and maybe Aryan will have to find and play a move like knight h5 there, attacking this bishop there. Though I would definitely consider g4 at least once, even though knight f4 takes happens, but the computer doesn't like it. Of course it doesn't like it. It says that no, that is too harsh, that is too rash. f6 is coming in, and when the knight will go back, what can black play? Black has ideas with e5 and opening the center. So this king, because the c file is opened, Na ghar ka, na ghat ka. So that's going to be a problem there. So not g4, though you might feel tempted, but not really. Okay, so c5, and Gukesh is thinking. Gukesh started thinking maybe 5 minutes before, so he definitely is taking some time here. He is thinking whether it is the time to go for knight e5 or whether he should just simply develop and instead go castle. That is his thinking. h4 is not going to be a waste move there, which he has played. It also creates a square for his bishop, by the way. Let's not forget that whenever knight h5 jumps in, the bishop can save itself to h2. So that is about Gukesh. By the way, Mamedara versus Carlsen has ended in a draw. It's not ongoing. Okay, is it updated? Maybe refresh. Yeah, now it's updated. So that's ended in a draw. Let's go to other games. Anish versus Firuza. What has happened? Hd4, bishop h7, h3, bishop d7. He's gone for bishop d7. Now this is such a cool and quiet move, guys. Very nice move. What will be the idea? What will be the idea? Why did black go bishop d7? Question is not very difficult, but let's see. What are your thoughts? Sagar is busy, Shubham. He's back from Nagpur, but he's busy. Wow, Bhavesh, Alvis, Chaitanya. Yes, queen c8, definitely a nice move there. Also, if you see, this bishop did not really have, like, couldn't develop on e6. Bishop couldn't develop on e6. White to play. Fatafat people answer. Bishop e6 is a blunder for all the players who have just started chess and learning about pawn forks. Maybe it's the time to answer for you all. White to play. Veloglavi, Mohammad, Siddhant, Angada, Movie Snaps, Alvis, Minecraft, Bhavesh, Yugant, Vishwa, Hassan, Dark Knight, Rishi. Perfect. d5, and that's the pawn fork over there. You would lose a piece. So if you actually realize, this bishop did not have any square to develop except for d7. So it goes to d7. Also queen c8 is going to come. Keep a pressure here. b5 ideas in the air. So overall rook e8 also is there in the future. So it is a nice move. It is a quite little developing move by Anish. He thought for 18 minutes to make this move, in fact, and Firuza is now thinking, going to Gukesh's game. Yes, Gukesh has jumped to e5, 1 hour 44 minutes, and he takes his knight to e5. No thoughts on castling immediately with bishop e2 and castle. As much as he can delay castle, he is happy to improve his other pieces there. So now, once again, black has the same question. Is it a good time to go h5 or should he wait? Definitely that's one question there. Plus, what else otherwise black can play? If he goes bishop a6, then it converts into the same variation which we had seen. If you guys remember, where I expect Gukesh to play g4 here, and if you remember, h5 was also an interesting variation. But this after bishop a6 could happen. So what I'm expecting from Aryan is either h5 over here, or he might simply develop the knight here to d7. This is also possible, and Gukesh can bring his other knight and say कि मैं आ रहा हूँ भाई, मैं हूँ यहाँ पे तेरे लिए मैं हूँ. So knight goes to f3 over here. That is another possibility. So let's see what Aryan is going to play. But he could also actually think of ideas with c4, stopping bishop d3 as well, closing the center there with the idea of attacking this side from this side, so that he is trying to open the queen side when this king is in the center and when white is intending to attack on the king side. So these are all the possibilities, but Aryan might need some time to think and to figure out what to do, because all the time constantly these definitely are confusing decisions. Thank you, Prasad. Thank you very much. Guys, and you also can ask a lot of questions. I really enjoy that you guys are also suggest moves all the time for Gukesh and even actually for his opponents. So that is beautiful. That is very, very serious. ओके सो IPL चल रहा है क्या, मैच भी देख रहे हो सकता है. Knight e5 by Gukesh. Let's come back here. I am saying maybe Aryan doesn't make a move for 5 minutes, by the way. Magnus versus Mamedarov. Armageddon will start in some time. That will be exciting. How many of you will be excited to see Mamedarov versus Magnus ka Armageddon? Wesley versus... Oh, where has the queen reached? What happened later? So after bishop b7, queen c2, a6, yeah, we saw e4, takes, exactly a lot of takes there, and knight goes to d7. Here white played bishop g5, black played queen e8. Wesley challenged Fabiano's queen, and Fabiano says, no, right now not in a mood to exchange, I am going queen b7. And mind you, you cannot leave the last rank and try to enter, because this guy is dependent on you. So queen b7. What else? The rook cannot move, the queen cannot move, because the rook on a8 will be hanging. If the rook moves, the pawn on a6 will be hanging. So definitely these two guys have been tied down, and black cannot go knight f6 because you would not want this double pawn. Maybe doesn't look great. Of course the knight can still go to f8 with the idea of e6. This bishop is nicely placed defending the c7, and it's doing its job perfectly well. So maybe Wesley goes knight f8, yeah, over here. That sounds like a nice idea. Or maybe they can repeat. Can they repeat the moves with queen c8 challenging the queen? If the queen goes back, then queen e8. Okay, this could be possible. This repetition could be possible. But Fabiano will not repeat, because he knows that he's leading and he doesn't want to enter in a must-win situation. So I guess he might not repeat for queen c8, and he might have to find something, but he might keep his queen on c6 there. Going to which other game? Nakamura's game. Actually, Mayur, that has happened. After rook e1, the knight has gone back, and that's the 7th knight move out of 13th. Wow, for all those who had missed, this has been this knight's journey. The knight truly has been an explorer, has been the scientist maybe. That is his profession. Trying to understand what's going on here and here and here, traveling the whole earth. Or maybe a geologist. Too many different professions there. But Prasad Duburi says confused. Kaun? Tum ya knight? The knight is confused. C3. I just look at this, guys. This is so interesting. Have you observed something weird about this game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they all are on the first rank. They all are like, क्या ही बोले, इसको क्या नाम दे सकते हैं? Family तो बोल ही सकते हैं, but what else can we call them? And still, Nordirbeg is pushing pawns. I mean, you've not developed pieces, but he's pushing pawns. What is his understanding? Isn't it amazing? Potatoes. Underdeveloped. हम साथ साथ है. The back rankers. I like the back rankers very much. क्या कहे इस रिश्ते को. ये दोस्ती हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे. यही कहे. Maybe they are all singing. ये दोस्ती हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे. ब्लैक काल भी कुछ इसी प्रकार है. नहीं बट यार दो चीज़ें भी आगे बढ़ के प्लस ये तो मतलब सिर्फ आगे बढ़ा नहीं है, इसका तो पूरा दुनिया देख के हो चुका है. सो lovely design for sure. I mean this is amazing design for sure. C3 played by Norderberg. If you ask me that whether he could not develop his piece, of course he could develop his pieces. This is by his choice that he's gone C3, and now black is thinking. Looks very natural for Nakamura, I think, is to place his pawn on d5, get that pawn in the center, and he also has this maneuver for the knight as well. So but very interesting here. Maybe his idea actually could be rook a2. Not sure. Looks a little bit too क्या बोलते हैं, superficial. Joint family, says Bhavesh Pandey. Possible. Okay, we will come back here because for some reason this game is quite attractive. Going to Gukesh's game. Has Gukesh played? No, Gukesh is thinking for knight bd7, h4, c5, knight e5, knight bd7. He still is thinking. Caruana, what happened? No, black did not repeat after queen e8, queen b7. Black played b5. So Wesley has gone b5. What he has done with b5, guys, what is black's idea to push the pawn? Can you tell me? Brahmastra opening. Best design award. सबकी क्रिएटिविटी बाहर आ रही है. What is the idea with b5 here? Who can tell me? Exactly. The pawn was on b6, using the square of this knight. काफ़ी झगड़ा होने के बाद finally the pawn decided कि ठीक है भाई, ये ले square तेरे लिए ले ले. So knight b6 for black has been vacated. That is the idea of b5. Black did not intend to go knight f8, knight e6. Okay, so let's go to Gukesh once again and see if he has played. No, he still is thinking. With 22 minutes up right now compared to Aryan's time, let's see if he can make a move in the next 2-3 minutes. Knight d7 and knight df3 would be a nice. Maybe we didn't check this move, yeah? Maybe we didn't see knight d7 move by Aryan, right? I think we had missed that. Now Gukesh can play knight f3, but what else can he be thinking here? Did we see g4 over here? Guys, is it attractive? g4 is a blunder. मैंने blunder किया. Black to play. Gukesh could play knight c6, right? That's a question we will check. Knight c6, queen e8 के बाद what's your plan? Yeah, absolutely right there. Siddhant, Samir, always Dark Knight, Yugansh, Subhashish, Chaitanya. You are losing a pawn. Takes kuch bhi mara. Knight takes g4 and this bishop from c8 definitely. So g4 is a very tempting useless move here. So knight bd7 played by Aryan. What else can Gukesh think of? Maybe if not knight f3, what other idea do you guys are thinking for Gukesh? Do you see any other ideas? Okay, he did play. Yes, he did make a move. He went bishop e2. He did not go knight f3. Now, why would he have gone bishop e2? What do you think? What is his idea? Yes, Siddhant. So that h5 is definitely something to watch out for. Also maybe g4 is protected. That, basically to have this bishop on the diagonal, that is his idea, which means Gukesh is in an aggressive mood. Somebody had asked why not knight c6, but with knight c6 the queen goes to e8 and you really have not progressed in any way. Knight doesn't do anything special from here. It finally will have to come back, so no. So bishop e2 played here. I think this is definitely a good time for Aryan to finally make a move like h5. Once again, that can give a hook for later g4 ideas. So I don't know again practically how much do you feel like playing that move h5 and keep this opportunity for your opponent of this g4 break. But if not h5, then what else? If you take the knight takes e5. Question for all of you: with what will you capture? Will you capture with the bishop or will you capture with the pawn? That is the question. मुझे नहीं पता से बिशप e2 इज प्रिपरेशन 100%. बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंट है, पर आपका नाम तो मुझे नहीं पता है, इसके लिए आई एम नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट वेदर टू बिलीव यू. h5 g4 pawn bishop pawn d5 pawn make g4 and e5 and h5 and stronger bishop pawn bishop. बाप रे, काफी झगड़ा चल रहा है. Bishop maybe because with pawn center can be open. Well, one thing is clear that definitely it's a very good point of discussion ki whether to take with the pawn or whether to take with the bishop. The first, if you want to start considering as a candidate moves out of the two, then you might give more preference to pawn takes, because that's more like a threat. You've attacked the knight, and where can the knight go? The knight can't go to g4, h5 right now as we look at it. And if we look at the ideas with, let's say, something like knight d7, firstly, though you would love to consider such a sacrifice, it may not be the best here in this scenario. The knight can jump in. Can you also go h5? No, not really, because your e5 is still hanging. So you might need to wait and you might need to go knight f3, defending this guy here with the idea of h5. And in this scenario, if you play h5, then that is the blunder, because white to play, what to play. अगर ध्यान किधर और था तो नहीं दिखेगा, बट अगर ध्यान पूरे चेस बोर्ड पे था तो दिखेगा. It's all about focus, guys. Kasturi and Ritik Anand, well done. That was very quick. When you are winning a pawn, why not take it? A simple pawn up with, of course, still the e6 idea in hand. That way. Yes, many of you suggested e6, and that too very good for considering it. It's a good move, but definitely you're just winning a pawn. So here in this scenario, and queen takes d5. That's the reason I asked dhyan kidhar tha, because after d5, what you actually did was disco. Okay, so let's go to bishop e2 again. Let's go to the d takes e5 again, and we saw a simple idea with knight d7, though computer suggests a move like knight h5, which is quite funny because you are winning a pawn in this manner as well. But maybe the only thing computer would want to try out is to open the center here, and that looks a little crazy. Black is having double bishop. Black has given the pawn sacrifice here, so kafi brave of black to do that. I am sure this is not something in a practical game you can even allow. So bishop e2 is a very nice idea. If knight takes e5, d takes e5 is the strongest move, because this knight has to move and all your ideas flow. So it's way natural. bishop e5 is not as powerful because now h5 is in the air. So to give the right answer to your question was pawn takes e5. I don't think Aryan is going to take this because he would not like his position immediately, and that is why he will eliminate it. And if he had to consider something else, what other move? Something like bishop e7, the bishop looks useless over here. Absolutely. Behind his pawn. Doing literally nothing because white is not even intending e4 there at all. The center is not opening. Controlling the c6 doesn't make sense. So bishop b7, developing the bishop is in fact worse than keeping it on c8. And that's the reason, knowing that right now this knight cannot move, the bishop moving doesn't make sense, the rook doesn't have a good idea as well. Looking at all of it, what can black think of? A decent move for black once again seems like okay, and he has played that exactly h5. This was the time that black must play h5 because no piece moving pieces was not happening. He didn't have good squares where really it will help his piece maneuvering. So h5 is a good waiting move. Asking Gukesh that what are you going to do next? Now he doesn't have the ideas with h5. So Gukesh needs to think what he wants to do there. Yes, he can think of knight f3. That's one option for sure. What else for Gukesh? Any suggestions for white, guys? Krishnan says classical is like test match in cricket. Absolutely true. वैचारिक मतभेद चल रहा था. That's true. cd4. No, that's right now for white to play. Okay, Alvis and Dark Knight and Gangam want to play, and Andaburger also want to play g4 here. Once again, a natural suggestion, why not g4, especially when you have 1, 2 and 3 guys there and he has 1 and 2 guys over there. But what we know is this bishop over here is definitely one of the most calmest piece takes, and it opens up, and then you are gonna lose a pawn there. So g4 is a blunder. Some of you have said f3 with the idea of g4. Okay, now knight takes e5, d takes e5 and knight d7. This is your suggestion, and this could get very, very interesting. I'm not even going to look at the engine here. It doesn't really matter because it's a very interesting position to play in itself. So that is a nice suggestion there, f3. Some of you are saying queen c2 because you want to long castle and then go crazy attack there. So queen c2. Once again, if knight takes e5, d takes e5. This time the difference is the knight can jump to g4 with attacking the e5 here. If knight f3, then suddenly comes bishop f5, and black's pieces have started flowing there. They are developing very, very easily with tempes. So queen c2 doesn't make much sense, but it was very important to see because the first idea to understand is whether we can go for long castle, and no, it's not that easy to go for long castle, at least in this particular scenario with queen c2. Maybe something else. Yeah, maybe something else. I like f3 idea, practically sounds interesting, but if you also want to be a little safe, then maybe knight f3, because black wants to take here. That is the whole point. Black wants to take here and you take here, and then you have kept this idea of g4, f3, g4 as well. You can decide because no central files have been open nor planning to open, because unless white goes c4 or e4, that's not happening, and unless black gets c5 break, for which it also needs f6, which all of it looks a little impossible there. So the center we see in the near future of the center is going to stay closed, and that's why the king is okay in the center. It's fine, it's not in any risk. Oh, Carlsen's game has started. Shall we have a look at it? Oh my god. In fact, we missed it. Shit, guys. We should have looked at this game. Okay, we don't have much time. But Carlsen is black and the knights, rook and knights there with that pawn. Oh, look at this guy. Bishop e3. Carlsen sacks an exchange. Rook takes e3. King takes e3. g5 over there. Oh my god, what a thing he's found. Knight d5. Rook e8 check. King goes to f2. Rook takes e2. King g1. Knight d3. His knights are absolutely a massacre over there. g4 by Carlsen. Now Carlsen needs only a draw in order to win. But it doesn't seem like this game is going to go for a draw at all. It might be that Carlsen is better. Currently g4 is threatened. The idea is checkmate in two moves. Knight f3 and rook h2 check. If king h1 then rook h2 is a checkmate. So for knight f3 it seems like rook f3 is the only move. But white is thinking. Now how should white continue? What is the defense for white? You will have to also think fast, like Mamedarov has 2 minutes 43 seconds. In fact, Carlsen has 1 minute. So what should white play? It has to be something forcing. Otherwise, he is lost with knight f3 check. So black to player. What can white white do? Rook f2 is suggested by Subhashish. But that's a blunder. Not at all working. You forgot the knight on d3. So g4. What else? King f6, knight f6 check. So knight f6 is one forcing move definitely, because you are taking the pawn on g4. That seems like the most critical variation there. And Carlsen actually is given a pawn. What is he having in mind? He has h5 in mind. Is the knight trapped? It cannot go to e3. If it goes to f2, then guys, once again, Carlsen to play, black to play. What will Carlsen do? Maybe this is not the question. Knight f3 check is obvious. King h1, and this position is clearly better for Carlsen. And tell me the reason why. What is the reason? Black to play. This is the moment with black to play, I am expecting many of you to go wrong. Many of you are going to go wrong. Trust me guys, that is my prediction. 100%. Okay, knight f2 check. Knight f2 check loses all advantage, and as I said, many of you are going to go wrong, which has happened. Absolutely natural move to give a check to win a piece, but king g2, that's a double attack guys, and you lose the piece back. And those who said rook f2, once again, rook takes f2, knight takes f2, king g2, you lose a piece and then you are an exchange down, all the attack is gone. But in the game, Mamedarov played knight f4, knight takes f4, one knight was exchanged, and Mamedarov feels a bit safe there with that one knight exchange. King f7, king f2, Carlsen is bringing his king, rook goes to d1 there. Oh, Carlsen is only 20 seconds, big chance for Mamedarov to beat him on time. In fact, no, 26 seconds. Why are they gaining 10 seconds or something, or what? Or is the clock wrong? King e6 there by Carlsen. White is thinking, in fact, Mamedarov has a very strong move, rook e2, so as to exchange the rooks and then be an exchange up. Will he? Oh, he finds it. Mamedarov finds rook e2, takes, Carlsen attacks the a6 pawn, but looks like he was in trouble there. King e3 and rook a1 was suggested. He goes directly rook a1. How does that make a difference? King e5 by Carlsen. Yeah, that is why it makes a difference. The king jumps in. Now Mamedarov blunders rook f1, king takes c4, and it seems that Carlsen's c pawn is going to roll. In the race with the a pawn, Carlsen's c pawn seems like winning. Carlsen had to find king b2. He finds king b2 there. Now if rook moves to c7, there is c2. Rook c7, then there is knight a6. So Carlsen is winning, but he has only 7 seconds. If the time is right, he has only 7 seconds. No, it's not increment, it's Armageddon. It must be some issue with the clock. Rook c7, knight takes a6, rook c6, b5 by Carlsen. But don't believe the bar. It's gonna take some time there. c2 now with the idea of c1 queen, and that's going to be over because the king pawn endgame, Carlsen will have an extra pawn after rook c6 and rook takes c1. So Carlsen will be winning. But what a exchange sack by Carlsen. Rook e2. Crazy, yeah? Crazy. Okay, seems like the game is over, but take, yeah, 0-1. Carlsen beats Mamedaro in the Armageddon, but this was the moment where he found this important idea here. Rook takes e3, the exchange sack, everything because of this two knights there. King takes e3 and g5 attacked this knight there. The knight went to d5, gave a check, king had to go back, forced, gave a check, king had to go back, जहाँ से आया वापस जाना पड़ा उसको, rook e2, and then knight takes d3 was played, stopping rook f2 and so that his rook stays on 7th rank. Rook went back here and g4. Wow, so this was an amazing calculation. Knight f6 moves, knight takes g4, h5. What a calculation by Carlsen. The knight can't go anywhere over here, it had to go back, and then there was knight f3, king h1. And here I think we had asked a question which many of you did not find because neither knight f2 or rook f2, but just maintain the tension. That was the whole idea, to maintain the tension and play a move like f5 and go slow, bring your king. Very, very surprising. The reason is this knight on f2 cannot move. There is a mate there, mate in 1. Plus, very important is you cannot challenge the rook. And if white tries to play rook d1, then you can of course take here on d1. So that was a very cool setup by Carlsen and amazing exchange sacrifice which we could see. Going back to Gukesh's game, what happened in the game? h5, he's gone knight c6 right now. Now why does he believe knight c6? Queen e8. And what has he played next move? Oh my god, that is completely out of nowhere. He goes b4. What is his idea? We never ever considered that this pawn on b2 is going to be moving. So what he wants to do is to go b5 and maybe secure his knight on c6. That seems like his plan. That is, firstly, forget the bar, but it's an extremely creative way to think, even to think. If black tries to take here, c takes b4, c takes b4, then you can see suddenly white next move is going to castle, go b5 and a4, and there he has a beautiful outpost for his knight. That is something he is going to be happy about. So taking on d4 or b4, the opening of the c file is going to be in white's favor. So black cannot think of taking the pawn at all, which means this tension is going to be remaining for a long while. Mayur says, I thought Magnus won the classical. No. Classical was a draw very early. He has donated a lot of yellow in this event. Okay. Wrong side of the board. Yeah, we were looking at sometime g4. The b4 has a completely different idea. Black cannot take here. Guys, what do you think that if you are black, what are the moves for b4 you would consider, so that we can check if for b4 we will also understand whether Aryan might find those moves or play what you are suggesting. King side todna thana. King side. नहीं उसने, I think he shifted his plan. Maybe he's like, he's gonna play strategically. Maybe it seems like that. By the way, very quickly going to Anish's game. Yeah, g4 has happened in the game. That is very interesting by Ali Reza. Of course, it's Ali Reza. You will see either g5 or g4 or h4 or h5, either of the moves with either of the sides. Rook e8 by Anish. Anish says, dude, I don't really care about this. Knight b d2, Ali Reza develops his pieces because he knows if he wants to create an attack, he needs all of them to be together like a team. अकेले अकेले क्या ही करेगा. So knight bd2 and going to Nakamura's game. Okay, this knight is वापस उसका his journey goes on, right? His journey goes on. It had started, if you guys remember the route, like this, and knight g7. So out of 18 moves, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 moves to the knight, still maintaining his 50% score. 50% score there. So that's by Nakamura. मज़ा ही आया है नाइट का. I mean, imagine if this is the night which changes the whole game. Bishop f5, and he has challenged the exchange of the bishop. So this Abdul Sattarov might take on f5, that is okay, and makes and tell the knight, okay, time to move again. Cannot settle in one place. It's like into the wild. Let's go to Gukesh's game. Firstly, one thing is for sure. Gukesh used how much time for the move b4? For knight c6 actually, he must have thought of that. He had 1 hour 40 minutes, and when he played knight c6, he already knew that he wanted to play b4. That's the reason he played knight c6, because that was his idea. So 10 minutes of thought by Gukesh. And Aryan has been starting to think still since he had 1 hour 15 minutes, let's say. It's been 5 minutes he has given a thought, and this was surely came as a shock for us. I'm sure that it would be even for him, and he will need to use some of his time, which means we are on move number 11th. That is 30 more moves for 30 more minutes. No, 30 more moves to complete for 40 moves. And if he thinks half an hour or something over here, that's a big utilization of time. So this is the moment where Aryan, after the shock, we have to see what he will play. People are suggesting bishop b7, so that they want to attack the knight and also develop the bishop. Looks like a decent move there. And question comes, can I go b5 defending this? If you take here, then I go b takes c6 attacking your knight, and where is your knight going to go except for this guy over here, knight b8. But white to play. If this happens, then white to play and find the best move here. Yes, Siddhant, overpowered, MJ, Prabhat, Pranav, Always, Hunan, Hacker. अरे नाइट बॉट क्या ही बात है, पुश करो खुश रहो. दैट्स व्हाट नाइट बॉट फॉर अस. अमेजिंग. चैतन्य, well done guys. c7, this pawn which started his journey would reach c7 already in the middle game in just 11 moves. I think the fastest runner, yeah, मतलब Usain Bolt ही हो गया. c7 attacking the knight. I mean the knight, where can it go? Knight wherever it goes. In fact, bishop e6 with the idea of c8, queen, and now you see the light square missing. Bishop cannot stop this queen. So that would be very cool. Just a cool variation there. So bishop b7, b5, definitely you cannot take here, but you might challenge this guy and deflect this who is supporting the c6 knight, force him to play a4 because he must keep defending there. So this is one possibility which we could enter into. And the other, any other suggestions were there kya? Let me just check. No, bishop b7 was the first instinct of all of you. The very first instinct. दूसरा कुछ आया नहीं माइंड में. But let's say the best move for black here is not easy. Knight g4. Not easy. The reason is because on an instinct, what you feel is there is bishop takes g4, h takes g4, and queen takes g4, losing a pawn. But that is a blunder. Why? Black to play here. This pawn sacrifice is a blunder, and this if Aryan finds knight g4 idea, then it's amazing. Because you can write to us on chessbizindia@gmail.com. Yes, Maidan, Beloglavi, Samir, Venkat, Vandana, Siddhant, Anda Burger, Ayush, Bikash, Beloglavi, Dark Knight. Absolutely, knight jumps to e5, and there you have a discovered attack, and this c6 knight, which was defended, is suddenly going to be lost. So that is the reason why knight g4 is a very strong move. On an instinct, if you consider it, like if you look at it, then you know it. How do you observe it? Because we always knew in the landscape of this opening which we were looking at, I mean the positions which were arising, that is the reason the bishop on c8, we knew he is a quiet bishop, like shanti mein बैठ के quiet but focused, right? No time pass, no nonsense, जब काम है तब करना है, that's it. वैसा है bishop. And Aryan actually plays knight g4. He finds the best move. Gukesh really will need to be on his toes because he has tried something creative here. He has played quite unconventional here. They may not be the best moves, but you put pressure in this way with your opponents, and it has worked until now in this tournament for him. But this time, Aryan finds this beautiful move, knight g4. Suddenly you cannot capture there. Suddenly your knight on c6 could, feels a little bit shaky. What can you play? First instinct comes, why not b5 to defend a c6 knight? And this is one of the reason black to play, guys. Can you find here the reason? Because you will have to write on chessbizindia@gmail.com. Black to play, find a good move for black. These are now the difficult questions for you guys. This is quite a tough game happening there. Different placement of the pieces, center is closed, development is yet to be completed. Well done, Pranav, always. Gauri, क्या बात है? Well done. E5. That when you played knight g4, you opened this guy here, bishop on g7. एक खिड़की खोल दी और बोला देखो बाहर क्या है. And he saw, oh, e5 पे break है. तो e5 with 4 guys there, but you cannot be dependent on the g4 guy. The reason is because it can always be taken there. But e5 and the central break with the white king in the center has to be very, very powerful. You cannot even imagine a move like d takes e5 because the knight will jump into e5, and this is all going to become extremely dangerous suddenly for white. So that will be a big problem there. Knight g4, the idea is e5, and Gukesh needs to think of something because this move is coming at him. It's like a pawn storm coming at him. What must he do here? What must he do? Should he castle? But anyway e5, it doesn't even matter anymore. that could be one thing which is something which is playable, and we can come here later again. Apart from castle, any other suggestions? Yes, castle is possible. What are the suggestions by you for white, for Gukesh, for you actually, not for Gukesh? If you are playing this game with white, what could be your suggestion? F3 says Kumar. Okay, so you want to attack this knight. That's a good idea to counter attack basically and to stop his idea. But black to play once again. It's chessbaseindia@gmail.com. Black to play here for F3. What do you see? Guys, if you play knight e3, then you are losing a piece, right? Bishop takes e3 there, and you don't, I mean, yes, you might get e5, but then why not play e5 right away? Because you are also counter attacking this bishop on f4. So right, who has found it? e5 move once again. Andabargar, Devan Tiwari, Siddhant, Gauri, Prabhat, Samir, Beloglavi, Vandana. Well done. e5 over here, counter attacking the bishop, and if f takes g4, you are so happy. You are so happy that you might even think of eating an ice cream right now. So that's gonna happen here. Gonna be very dangerous with the king on e1. Let's go back here. So not f3, like that suggestion. So castle is definitely one possibility for white, and apart from I think apart from that, maybe a possibility is to consider taking here on c5 and eventually castle, but after opening this file. Because if you think that if you castle and if black, no, he cannot play c4, he cannot play c4 here because there is b5 and you're happy. That is also possible. So maybe castle. Yeah, Gukesh will castle here. It just feels a little safe. Will he play b5 so that he's defended this, and now if e5, he just simply maybe goes back with the bishop to g3, a6, a4. Doesn't feel very comfortable, yeah, with this king in the center. Doesn't feel very comfortable. Takes, rook a1, queen a1 here. And somehow black is happy to have all his pieces on queen side, king side over here. So yeah, f5 later. Ugh, not so sure. Better to castle right now. But if castles, then finally black can play e5, which is definitely very tempting. Or black can also go bishop b2, bishop e7, attacking the knight on c6. And look at this right now. The difference with knight g4 is you cannot go back because you lose a pawn. Simply you lose a pawn there. Knight takes e5, which means the knight must stay on c6, which means here you may have to play b5 and e5. We could land up in something like this, but e5 is going to happen on the board without any doubt. And Aryan has 1 hour 5 minutes. So it is a phenomenal job by Aryan that he found this move knight g4. आइसक्रीम ऑर्डर कर लो, सब लोग बोल रहे हैं अंडा बर्गर. Because says, can you please start the 8-year-old boy series again? Maybe we can make him 7-year-old now. नहीं 10 नहीं 7 उल्टा जाएंगे ना अंडा बर्गर. Okay, I mean it is we'll put out your request to Sagar for sure. I didn't get the World Championship prediction giveaway. No, I was not ignoring. You have messaged right now. I saw your message first time. I'm not sure. Did you win it? If you did win, then definitely write to us. But I'm sure that all giveaways are generally given. So, or some maybe they are delayed, but never they are like just announced and not given. It's never happened. Why not knight f3 by Gukesh? Over here, if you play knight f3, so that you want to stop e5, right? If e5 now, I mean, you don't lose a pawn, but maybe, wait a second. Very, very good question, yeah? Why not knight f3? Very good question. I mean, yes, black can always play bishop e7 and attack this guy here, but this time the knight can also go to e5. That's one extra thing because you've defended. Maybe the best move here is knight f6, where black just tries to keep the hold. This is defended, and he has changed his plan from e5 completely. He's going to go e2, e4 and attack the f2 point. Wow. Now this is something very different, because if you castle right now, I blundered. Queen takes c6 because that was also a disco. So you don't have time to castle. It means you might need to play a move like b5, and then knight e4 is in the air attacking f2. Once again, if you still castle, black to play, what should he do? Prasad says, my 10-year-old has taught himself to buff chess. Instead of hiding the king, he is giving my king a hiding. I don't know about that buff chess. We'll check it out. Vikas says, whatever, I love that series and that is why I requested. Okay, I will definitely give your message to Sagar. Adarsh, Chaitanya, Sameer, Alvis, Rohit. Well done, you guys are alert. The knight on e4 had given a double attack and you win the c3 pawn. So that is there, and knight g4, and Gukesh is thinking, actually, sometimes what happens is, this time if Aryan in the rankings, you might see that he is on the last placing, but you are always motivated to beat the top players. So that always there is an extra motivation there. Gukesh will need to be alert, but he is creative for sure. He will find a way out of this. Let's check this game again. Let's go to Fabiano's game. What has happened? Bishop went to, I think we left at b5. Rook e1 by Fabiano. Attacks the queen. The queen challenged, but Fabiano brings his queen back. No intention of exchanging the queens at all. Bishop h4. Knight went to b6 and bishop g3. In fact, Fabiano would love to exchange the bishops, if at all. Once again, he goes queen b7 and queen c8. This time, are they going to repeat? It's always the possibility with queen c8 and queen d7. So, let's see what white will play. If queen e4, queen d7, if Fabiano wants to change, he might take this bishop here on d6. That is possible. The knight on b6 also defends the a8 rook. Going to Firuza's game, we have after g4 rook e8 by Anish. Knight b d2 was played by Ali Reza. Anish goes a4 and a3 by Firuza there. Now, one question to all of you at this point of time. Black to play. What was the good move for Anish? Black to play. Try to calculate a little deeper, because whatever move you consider, if it is followed by a forcing move by your opponent, then don't stop there. Calculate further. One move, two move. Then if you see your move, once again try to see your opponent's move, because you would want to end with your opponent's move, right? That way. Anup, I'm not sure it's done by the backend by the team, so you could write to them once if you have any doubts. At chessbizindia@gmail.com. Black to play. Wow. When I said that try to calculate a little bit deeper, few moves, all of you started thinking. The speed of sending the answer changed. I really like that. Guys, think. And also, I really like that there are so many, majorly three possibilities different, but most of you have asked for knight takes e4. What is the problem with knight takes e4? Yes, the pawn was hanging, and that should definitely be the first question. Why not knight takes e4, which Anish would have thought? And why not knight takes e4? Let me ask you now. Okay, Anup, I will let them know to check. Yes, few of you are thinking Vandana, Bhavesh, bishop takes h6. Very typical. I like it that you want to do this disco attack. Very well suggested. But in this situation, unfortunately, firstly, I can just simply take your bishop, rook takes e4, and I can go f5 and oops, and I am attacking there. This is fine. My king is not so weak. But even for bishop h6, I can directly go f5, defend this, and threaten your bishop, which may have to go back, but after it goes back I can take your g4 pawn. So that looks very very aggressive from black, and white definitely will be in trouble. So not takes, but yes, all those who said d takes e5, and that's the right move there. The reason is if I go knight takes e5, now is the disco after opening this. Very very typical of Geico piano also. You give up the pawn, you have the bishop on e3, and bishop takes a7. Here you win the knight, here you win the piece. So that is the main idea, d takes e5 and bishop takes a7, because of which taking on e4 was not possible. But very very funnily, the good move over here, I think a lot of you suggested knight e4 as one move, and many of you also suggested e takes d4 over here. E takes d4. E takes d4 is definitely a decent move, possible move. Knight takes d4, then you also defend the e4 pawn. But those who suggested h5, well done, guys. h5 is a very powerful move here with the queen, bishop, and knight. You are attacking this whole g4 h3 structure. If you take here, then will come bishop takes h3, and the queen is gonna jump to g4, and it all looks very very difficult for the white king. So not g takes h5, but g4 is attacked. You cannot even just keep it there and give up the pawn there. You cannot go knight h2 still at g4, and you are losing. You have only two guys here, and I have three attackers. Not going to be enough. So you will need to play g5 in order to defend that. And right now an important move would be knight e4, the move which all of you were suggesting, because this time for d takes e5, your idea is bishop takes a7, but black to play and find a good move here. Black to play and find a good move. Prasad Duri, thank you so much for your super chat. Really means a lot. My 10-year-old is now good at chess. Thanks all you streamers, all self-taught. He is now hoping to learn some tactics during his summer break. Wow, Prasad, that is just simply amazing. I mean, first of all, big congrats to your son. I don't know what his name is. Maybe you can drop his name here. But to be able to learn on your own is already a task and shows a big amount of dedication. It's never easy to do that, to sit and to learn from the videos and all the material there. So hats off to him also. Great. Thanks for letting us know. Rishan. Oh, nice name. Yes, and what have the people said? Yes, Rohit, Anda Burger, Hassan, and Dark Knight. Well done. Bishop h3 jumps in. This time, if you go bishop takes a7, try to win the piece. The queen will jump to g4 and piece कहाँ यार mate हो रहा है इधर mate piece गया खड्डे में. So going back to these were all the tactics, and Anish had this nice move h5 with a lot of calculation, but okay, he played rook e8, and that's the moral of the story. That did not happen in the game. b5 now he plays, queen c2 by Ali Reza, and once again this is a good time to play h5 for Anish. Let's see if he will go h5 or not. But once again e4 is protected. We have this rook here all the time threatening e takes d4 and winning the pawn. No, Anish goes knight a5, but overall I think the position is much more comfortable for black to play than white. Definitely c5 in hand. But we saw yesterday how Ali Reza fought with Magnus with completely lost position. So Ali Reza is a very very resourceful guy and will bring out play from anywhere. Let's go to Gukesh's game. Did he play? No, he is still thinking, and now that's a long thought. He has already thought for 20 minutes. What does it say? Clearly, he had not considered knight g4. Or at least he must have underestimated it, even if he had considered. So that's why after 20 minutes also he has not played. He may need still more time, but he needs to be definitely a bit careful here with white. Going to Nakamura's game, Abdusataro went back bishop f1, said to the knight, no, now is no more the time to explore. Please settle down in your igloo here. So that's the knight settled down in his igloo. Going to going back to which game? I think we were looking at Fabiano's game. Oh, they exchanged the queens finally. Queen b7, queen c6, queen d7, rook c1, and takes. So they have entered a rook and knight end game. Rook went to c8, defending the c5 pawn, c7 pawn. Fabiano is thinking there. He should start his journey with the king. We can come there very quickly. And what do we say in the king is a piece in the end game? So let's go, king. Magnus has beaten Mamedaro. So that's the result already. You can see on the screen as well. Mamedaro, oops, this is done. This is also we analyzed. This also we checked. Fabian also. Oh, we have only 4 games to check because Magnus's game is anyway over. Rook c8. So let's stay at Gukesh's game. Guys, by the way, all of you should know that Gukesh recently had, not recent, very recent, but 2 months ago, he had come to Mumbai to ChessBase India, your studio, and he had recorded a DVD, and that was attack with a super GM. So I guess you guys definitely can check out. It's great insights from him there. Yes, attack like a super GM with Gukesh. So this was his DVD. Must check out here. And yep. So that's there. By the way, this is our online shop. So you can find, oops. Yeah, we have the news and all also over here. We also have level wise, if you need to check, many of you keep asking recommendations. So here we also have based on level. So let's say if we are at 1000 to 500, then we have these books here: chess tactics, woodpecker method, Silman's endgame course, improve your chess with Tanya Sachdev, typical mistakes by 1000 to 1600. So you can check that out if you find it all interesting. We do have recommendations based on the level. Okay, let's come back. Yes, Gukesh makes a move. He castles. Finally, this was something which we expected after understanding that it's very difficult to go for something else. And it's important that this moment he castles, and he does castle. And now It's black once again who is put under a question, because he has a number of ways to continue. He has e5, he has bishop e7, and he also has knight f6. So let's see what Aryan is going to play. What would you guys have played if black? Step says he should take lead with time. Aryan is not good with short time control. Gukesh should not make it complex. Why Gukesh thinking for so long? He had a 40 minutes lead. Yes, he did have 40 minutes lead, but the position was also such that if you play hastily and let's say you have made that weak move, then you would be under so much trouble that even after having such a long time, it wouldn't make any sense, because the players are very strong. They get the advantage and you can get in trouble. So it was a critical moment, and that's why he needed to think. Yes, castle's done. e5, yeah? e5, bishop e7, but e5 majorly. So guys, these are the three moves for black which I am expecting from Aryan. What would you play is the question to you all. Give me a moment. e5, bishop e7, f5, knight f6. Okay, so I think majority of you would go for e5 or bishop e7, but majorly bishop b7. Got it. So maybe we will be expecting bishop b7 from Aryan. By the way, we have a new member, Harilal P. Thank you so much for becoming the backer of Indian Chess, and you are the latest member. Guys, I must tell you that whoever becomes a member, the whole contribution is collected as a monthly amount, and it goes to a talented young chess player who is in need of funds and who is upcoming, and the whole research is done to whom should it be given, and that way you guys as a community, as a chess community, are contributing to a great cause there. Because many of the chess players have been able to travel to play tournaments, to get training and to get their norms as well. So thank you so much for becoming a member, Harilal. Very kind of you. Yes, Kumar, that's the watermelon juice. Guys, which is your favorite fruit? I should not ask this question because generally it's mango, but we never know. चेस की कम्युनिटी थोड़ी वियर्ड हो सकती है. Bishop e7 only move? No, not at all only move. It's one of the strongest move. Mango P. अरे क्या मैंगो? हाँ, somebody at least, कोई तो आया जैक फ्रूट बोलने को. Orange. Oh, Sagar loves oranges. That's why it's if there are 6 oranges there, he can eat all at once. Strawberry, mango, lychee, mango the king. watermelon. Banana. Wow. केला, ताकि मैं अकेला ना रहूं. Apple. That's why Sagar is in Nagpur, says Shivam. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Actually, I should ask him. Did he try the orange barfi of Nagpur? Mango and banana. क्या ही combination है. Chiku. Guys, we are not distracted. It's just Aryan is thinking. So we are talking about the favorite fruits. So. Oh, black grapes. Yeah, for sure. Chico, milkshake I really love. Comment section पूरा fruit salad बन गया है. कलिंगड़. No one saying pomegranate. अरे हाँ. No, I also love. Sagar loves all the fruits actually. He's just a fruit maniac, you can say. He loves fruits. And now people have started to say the vegetables. I don't know black pomegranate. Never heard of it. By the way, tomato is also considered a fruit. Really? Didn't know that. Okay, so I am changing the subject. After we have somebody, Grey Ninja, the only one in the chat who loves papaya. I don't think anybody loves papaya. I mean, at least very few people love papaya. Sagar runs away from papaya. Yeah, that is one fruit which he runs away. But, okay. That was fun actually, guys, to get to know which fruit do you really love. Somehow we have started getting more papaya supporters. But let's go to the position. Back to the other games. What's going on there? Anish Giri. Now, after knight e5 and knight h4, he has gone for c5. No h5 ideas for him anymore. And this knight is going to f5. Oh, jamun also I love. RIP banana. Why re? So knight, okay. So our Anish Giri is playing awesome chess, really amazing chess, and he has got a very interesting setup. Bishop d7, queen c8, bishop stays there on a7. Cool and calmly he put his pawns on a4, b5, got his knight to a5, and then strike to challenge the center with c5. Finally, it's all about challenging. Yeah. So c5 there by Anish. White is thinking, not so easy to find what to do there, but currently Anish is threatening to win the pawn because cd4 would be a blunder. There is a disco and he is winning the d4 pawn. So white must decide whether to take on e5 or whether to commit to d5. Guys, a question to you all. Would you like to take any of the pawn or go d5? The pawn needs to decide. The pawn is like a little kid जिसको शायद you have tried to put him in various classes, swimming हुआ, karate हुआ, chess हुआ, dance हुआ, and you are asking him कि बच्चे क्या ज़्यादा पसंद आ रहा है. So that is it. So that is this little pawn. He has to decide. Justice for papaya. Papaya. Nasir says d5. Vikrant says d5. We already have the first instinct towards d5. Bhavesh d takes c5. Suhas c takes d takes c5. Chaitanya d5 gaining space. Okay, so let me check. D takes c5. So काफ़ी काफ़ी पॉसिबिलिटीज है. बच्चा बोल रहा है, बच्चा पूरा कंफ्यूज कर रहा है कि मुझे चेस भी खेलना है, मुझे स्विमिंग को भी जाना है, मुझे कराटे भी करना है. ओके, मे बी. सो D5 इफ यू प्ले, यू हैव ऑलरेडी सीन द बार. बहुत ही खुश हुआ है, एज वी से समटाइम्स. मोगैम्बो खुश हुआ. एंड ब्लैक टू प्ले. कैन यू कैन यू सजेस्ट अ नाइस strategic move for black? Can you suggest a nice strategic move for black? Now this one is a tough question, guys. क्या मैं कहूँ तुम्हारे बस की बात नहीं है, या डिस्करेज नहीं करूँ? How many of you get motivated if I say कि you'll not find it? And how many of you get motivated if I say you will find it? What motivates you more, basically? Wow, a lot of suggestions. Knight g5 means I'm assuming knight g4 is 1, c4 is 1. Majorly these two, knight g4 and c4. I like it. I like the suggestion. Yes, c4 is an amazing strategic move there. And look at this b2. It's super fixed. There is no b3 break which is possible. So it's a very huge commitment. But the whole point is the dark square bishop is going to get exchanged, and he will be left with a light square bishop here. दोनों light square bishop वैसे they are bad, but center if you see white's light square bishop will be a bad bishop. This bishop will still be doing some activity, and the knight is going to maneuver to c5, and that c5 is a potentially permanent stop, permanent place, because b4 is not possible, and from here he is going to go to d3, also keep pressure on e4, plus this structure can be under attack any point of time. So that is why c4 is an amazing strategic decision. But for other people who had said knight takes g4, looks very tempting. पूरे इमोशंस जैसे ये हो जाएंगे कि अरे यार सैक मारा, क्वीन आने वाली है, एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. But no, nothing else is happening. Simply this knight goes here, disconnects your queen with the bishop there, and what are you going to do? You either you take here, or if you try to kick here, then h6 is hanging. You cannot go to h4, that is a square which is controlled. So just looked attractive to give a sack, but doesn't really work. So c5 by Anish, and that's why it's important कि ये little pawn should say कि I want to play chess, and that is de5 here. The important move Firuza needs to find. Now how much time does he have? Yes, he has decent enough time, so that's not a worry for him. By the way, Gukesh versus Aryan Tari. After castle, Aryan goes e5. He plays e5, and now Gukesh goes back with his bishop to g3. Black is thinking once again, some decisions need to be made there. This time he can attack directly, or he can first take and then go bishop b7 later, or do you think he can even play e4? This position with black is also not so easy to play, because constantly the decisions are not like it's very obvious. Also the options for the moves which he is having, which are all quite decent moves, are many. Now those kind of options can surely bring you under time pressure. Why is Ali Reza playing so badly? He lost his form. He's the youngest chess player. He didn't play the best with Magnus Carlsen, but somehow he is very resourceful, and he did come out of it. So I think for Ali Reza's game, until the game ends, you cannot, like, we don't know like at which point he suddenly starts playing his best chess. But let's not forget, Anish is playing amazing as well. Definitely amazing. Typhon says, I like your English talking mixing mixed Hindi. Maybe it's Hinglish then. Taking g4 by bishop isn't very tempting in Anish game. Tempting to hai yaar. Tempting to g4 sack is always tempting. So tempting to hai. So c5 ko white is gonna play. Right now it's white to move. And if you were asking over here, no, if you take here, takes, queen takes and attack here, all the time the problem is the knight goes to f5. You do not have much, oops, sorry, queen h4 is not happening exactly, the knight is on f5. You might say queen h5 with the idea of knight g4 there, but it's still not a mate. Like if you give a check, the king runs and everything is under control. That's the whole point. You don't have the enough resources to create an attack there. So that's the main issue. But tempting to have, but more how more it's better to use these, like, you know, that they are there constantly keeping pressure in some way. It's not like something Ali Reza can just ignore and go for anything. Like he needed this knight, you see, to come to f5. Without that knight could be in trouble. Also h5 in hand, h3 is weak indirectly. So these are the things where Ali Reza must take care. But Anish is playing amazingly. By the way, Nodirbek versus Nakamura. Nodirbek has gone to c5, knight to c5, and Nakamura is thinking maybe he will exchange over here. That seems like a possibility. There is a threat from white, right? No, you cannot take here trying to deflect because there is bishop g3 in between. So yeah, that's not really possible. Got it. Okay, so that's the position. Let's go to Gukesh's game because that is at a critical moment. Bishop g3 played by Gukesh, and we need to analyze here. Ads are disturbing in live stream. Queen e6 by Aryan. Okay, now that's definitely a move which we did not consider. I would like to switch it off, but I don't know right now if I can. We'll figure out. Let me check later again. Gukesh is patiently defending his position. He is a player who doesn't let the opponent know that he would switch suddenly from defending to attacking. Says Sugna. Arey, kya baat hai? Absolutely possible. Gukesh is so creative that we don't know. Yes, sometimes the creativity can get you to, you know, landing in tough situations as well, but that's the risk, yeah. Shrikant says, I like Anish, he's very friendly today, he's amazing. If we look at all the games of Ali Reza, we see he's not up to the mark. He survived because of some luck. Yeah, he's not playing consistently for sure. Now cb4, cb4, ed4, ed4 to give white isolated pawn. What did I do? 1 second. Yeah, you were suggesting here cb4, cb4, ed4, ed4 and thinking that it's giving isolated pawn. That's the main problem. But it wouldn't be a big problem because you too have an isolated pawn. Plus that isolated pawn can be attacked with bishop f3. b5 is coming. This exchange really helps white once the c file is opened with this beautiful knight there. So bishop g3, queen e6 was a move which we did not consider at this point of time. But if you remember, in one of the ideas we did consider that queen e6, f5 ideas could be in the air. By the way, Gukesh goes b5 very immediately because that's the only way you can defend this knight, and of course it does follow up with his b4 idea as well. So there maybe Aryan, is he going to consider anything like f5, or is it too much? Yes, it's a bit too much because a good move for white. Let's see if you can find it. The good move which I am expecting, guys, there are a number of good moves, okay, here. But what I am expecting from you, understand, I am expecting from you a creative good move. A move which is a pattern which does arise number of times as a good move. बहुत vague hint हो गया, maybe. But let's see. Wow, quite interesting chat. So I'm just pointing out the candidates of the chat. Chat has suggested c4. Chat has suggested knight f3. And yeah, majorly c4 and knight f3. Amazing, guys, well done. But what I really like is the move c4, those who have suggested: Rohit, Manas, Lokesh, Andavargar, Adarsh. Yes, absolutely. The point is, we have to start getting used to considering such ideas where opponent might have two pawns in front. So these ideas, where we call this four square, yeah, four pawns basically, they come at each other. There's a big challenge. It's like a full stress. क्या चल रहा है यार, मैं नहीं हट रहा हूँ इधर से, बोल रहा है कि यार हट तू, मेरे को आगे बढ़ना है, एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. इट्स लाइक वो होता है ना, द गाड़ी से जा रहे हैं और आगे ओवरटेक कर रहा है, एंड देन यू गिव हिम दैट लुक basically. So c4 over here, I just want you to keep in mind that such a move many times we don't even consider, but it's an important move, and in this case it's not a very difficult move. The reason is, you want to open this diagonal. You can see after f5 that has been weakened, and you would love to take on d5 and go with your bishop to c4. So that would be a very very powerful move, c4 there, trying to break this whole thing open. And others who have suggested knight f3, that is also a nice move that you spotted, the g5 square. Now h5 was played long ago, and after f5 this is a permanent given up square. So this is brilliant that the knight jumps into g5 and asks the queen where is it going to be living basically. So also by doing that, this queen has opened up so some pressure on d5 pawn, so black needs to be alert that he doesn't take the queen away from supporting this guy here. Okay, so these were the ideas with f5, just to make it, just to let you understand what Aryan goes is with bishop b7. He now develops the bishop, and once again for Gukesh, he should right now seriously give a thought to c4. In fact, even e4 could be a possibility, but both these moves basically a thought to trying to get the bishop or the knight to c4 and remove the pawn on d5, which is controlling the two key squares. So yeah, that would be it. I don't know if Gukesh is going to find it. What do you guys think? How easy or tough would you say c4 or e4 is? Four pawns come together, play Ludo. Difference between four pawns and pawn cube. Oh, I like pawn cube. Maybe we can remember it as a pawn cube. Checkmate.date, yes, you can join on, you can go to chessbiz.in and you will see there, become a member of the chess club. Or if you want to go directly to Chessbiz India Club, then on Saturday 5 to 7. So you can go at 5 o'clock. A little earlier also possible. James, we do not understand, I do not understand Spanish, maybe the chat does. Tough with bishop e7, c4 still. Yes, but tough with bishop on b7. That's what you're thinking, yeah? Is he losing a pawn now? c4 then bishop f3. You want to play c4 and... No, how is he losing a pawn? Acha, you're saying the e5 pawn? You mean if knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5, you're not losing a pawn at all. Plus this simplification, a simple simplification will help black more. Opening of the bishop, the b5 pawn, suddenly what is it doing over there without knight, or it's just unnecessarily advanced. The c3 is weak. These two are amazing center controlled The h4 can get weak here. The bishop can always eye for a break like d4. The rooks will come to the central file. So black will be extremely happy with such exchanges, and this is not gonna help. So after bishop b7, if Gukesh goes for c4, maybe black has to decide what to do. If you just simply take here, d takes c4, white to play, find the best move other than bishop c4. Find the best move other than bishop c4. Yes, Gukesh can become number 1. Can come on number 1. Depends on a lot of other results. And it's possible. Other than bishop c4. Guys, what's the move other than bishop c4? Yes! There you are. Kishore Shetty, Alvis Januki, Bhushan, Siddhant Kalra, Deven Tiwari, Seema Ravi, Shashank Kulial, Checkmate Not Date, Chaitanya Thakre, Firefly, Virus Gaming, Subhashish Sarangi, and Nakul Kulkarni. d5 is the move here. A good move. You can see the advantage with white is so crazy. If you play queen takes d5, the reason was knight e7 and you lose the queen there. So that is the reason. And if you go queen d6 or something, still knight e4, knight c4, anything is possible. Maybe knight e4 is the strongest and the queen is still in complete mess. d6, bishop c4, lot of things are coming. So c4 you cannot take here, and you've really raised a big question what black is going to do. If black tries to ignore, and let's just say if he takes the pawn on d4, still c takes d5. As we know, you cannot take because of knight e7 and you lose the queen. So that also, now the bishop has opened, you don't even have queen d6 there. So that will be losing material. So the only way for black, if he needs to stay in the game, black will need to find the only move here. And what is the only move for black? What will be the only way for black to continue here in order to not lose? रुक मतलब रुकना नहीं, लिखना. Yeah, if you go a move like rook e8, once again you have controlled this thing. So that's why maybe you're thinking of c takes d5, queen takes d5. But what is the point of bishop c4? What is the point of bishop c4? What's your plan? Queen d6 you want to go, knight jumps in with knight e4. Once again, where do you go? Queen c7 you go, and wow, white to play. Of course, too many possibilities, but look at this way. You can go a simple knight g5 as well, keeping attack over here with queen b3 idea. But bishop takes f7. Look at this sack. King takes f7. And now, what are you going to play? White to play. Crazy tactics can happen in Gukesh's game if he finds c4. Welcome, Nikhil Roshan. Socho, Nikhil Roshan. Yes, queen b3 is important, not knight g5 first, because अरे बार देखो बिल्कुल ही मोगैम्बो नाकोश हुआ, because the king goes to g8 immediately, and this time queen b3 will go to king h8 and knight f7 check, king h7, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, you might as well make a draw. But important is to first give this check, queen b3 check, so that the king can't go to g8. And if the king goes to f8, now knight g5 with the idea of queen f7 mate, and rook e7 also, knight e7 is hanging. What else? He cannot do anything else to stop the mate. Okay, so these are all the ideas. Just once this diagonal is open, with this opening of diagonal, Suddenly, the square like e4, the knight can jump in, the bishop can come in, the queen can come on this diagonal, this knight controls a key square, and given all of this, the only move that Aryan will have to play for c4 would be bishop takes, oops, 1 second, not rook f8, bishop takes c6. He will need to get rid of this knight which has suddenly become annoying knight. And after b takes c6, queen takes c6, this is the point because of which c4 is again not an easy move, because black had clearly threatened that I am winning a pawn, and white has ignored that, and white has given the pawn. C takes d5, if queen takes d5, this once again white to play. After c4, what if black goes bishop takes knight? Yes, that's what we are saying. That's the best way to answer. He will have to stay in the game basically. Knight at 6 after queen b3. Ah, right. I didn't show that. But there you also have a mate. That's a nice mate. Can you find it? If knight at 6 there. Yes, Anda Burger, Krishnan, Virus Gaming, Subhashish, Normie Fisher, Chaitanya, Seema, Deven, Barnali, Nakul, Daksh, Kumar, Kishore, Dipanjan, Shubham, Payank. Well done. Bishop f3 there, and you can see you are winning an exchange here. Okay, so that was, you cannot take here, and if the queen goes to d6, then there is takes. If knight takes, then you can just simply play e4 as well. So this is something which we could land up into c4, bishop takes c6, bc6, queen c6, and c takes d5, and the queen will have to decide where to move, but this is very likely to happen. Going back, if Gukesh does not find c4, or if he gets attracted to e4, because that is also quite an attractive move there. Same ideas, you cannot play takes. In fact, there is direct bishop c4 now that you don't even have the pawn on c4. Knight jumps to e4, g5, very similar in terms of ideas. But in this case, if bishop takes c6, b takes c6, queen takes c6, once again e takes d5, instead of this pawn on c3, instead of this pawn on e3, it's on c3. That's the difference. E takes d5, but the major difference will be for e4. For black to play, he will have another way to continue as well in this case, and that is knight d f6. That would be the point. Now you might ask, e5 is hanging with 3 guys there, and knight takes e5, but that's fine. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, then knight takes e4. So finally, once again, the understanding is the knight on f6 attacks the e4 pawn, and that's why it's helping. If you would have played c4, black did not have knight f6 because there was no pawn on e4. So this is the whole lot of understanding which we were calculating, thinking that Gukesh is also calculating the same things which we are looking at. And we needed so much time, but we had a support. Engine was supporting us. Chat was there. We all were together calculating. So that was way easier. Now when did he start thinking? He had 1 hour 5 minutes, and now he has been thinking for 13 minutes. And those 13 minutes, we have been continuously analyzing Gukesh's position. And right now, we are sure that Gukesh should play c4. But for him, he might need some more time to find a move c4. Oof, that was quite intense here. The whole calculations. Quite a stressful moment in that sense. Will he फिर से फ्रूट्स टॉपिक शुरू करें? ग्रे निंजा chess vibes engine OP. Okay, one last thing. If no c4 and no e4 for Gukesh, suppose he doesn't find any of it, or Maybe he miscalculates, suppose. And then he goes for a move like knight f3. Then what is going to happen? Because bishop c6, bc6, the queen c6, then you lose a pawn. This time you don't have anything. But the idea is if bishop c6, there is an intermezzo, which is the intermezzo here. How about an opening instead of fruit? Yeah, that's cool. We need to know the names. Yes, absolutely. Knight g5 is the intermezzo there. You attack this queen. If the queen goes to d6, this time b takes c6, queen takes c6, and you recover the pawn with bishop g4, hg4, queen g4. Not the best situation though. The knight jumps in, then takes, and then you don't have the best bishop. The knight is going to jump to e4 later. So maybe here this pawn is weaker for you than your opponent. He may not even take cd4 for that matter. But I think Gukesh really needs to play either of these two moves. Very, very important moment. Here he is his chance. In fact, he did get a chance because of these natural moves which black wanted to play. Black wanted to just connect his rooks. What wrong did he do, yeah? I mean, queen e6, bishop b7, everything looks so great in black's position. But all of this happened very tactically. All of it happened very tactically there. If not c4, then queen a4. If you go queen a4 over here, wow. Can you only tell me who suggested queen a4? Krishnan, can you tell me a move for black? Why queen a4 is a problem? I mean, why this move is a problem? Vinay Verma says, why did the chess masters throw up on the boat? He got c6. Shrikant says, calculating moves is not easy. We are using machine moving pieces. Gukesh has to store all that data in his memory and has to change things. Keeping track of things is a challenge when it is a 12 move line, maybe he felt. Yes, Gropri Chess and Gamer Fleet into Samay 2. क्या ही नाम है? Krishnan, Barnali, Kille. Yes, a6 is the move this time. You do not have a4 as well. You cannot take here. You will lose the piece there. So that would be quite a strong move there. a6 and ab5 is incoming, you're losing material. So you have to be careful. Look at how much time Gukesh will need to think, and it's a fair moment to use the time. So you can see generally Gukesh is not using unnecessary time. In this tournament, he's never used just faltu ka time. He's tried to manage time so beautifully. But this game, let's see that. Until now, it's all fine because he was in a tough spot. Aryan Tari had found some good moves, so definitely Gukesh had to think. And this is again the moment where he must think and come up with the best move, because if he doesn't, then he might land in a trouble. And at that point of time, if he has less time, that will surely become challenging. But based on his flow of the tournament, he's not using time unnecessarily. Let's have a look quickly at other games as well. Knight c4, and this game is completely towards equality. So, is Wesley going to actually beat Fabi? Now that would be huge. Knight c4 has been the last move, because if you take, rook takes, just if some simple takes happen, then maybe a check first and then maybe a check first, because if the king goes back, you take with the check, and if the king goes forward aage, then you still take with a tempo on f2. So that's the reason that would be a nice little move there, rook a3 and then taking, and then that will be a draw. By the way, black is a pawn down. That is why Fabiano might even try a bit. Yeah, after knight c4. But Wesley believes that the rook endgame is just a draw. So he's decided to give in the pawn, and with black he prefers for Armageddon. I mean, he's black, so he's not much to worry there. Gukesh. Oh, guys! Gukesh OP, guys. Gukesh OP. He has played c4. He finds it the best move in this position, and very, very critical position. He must find this move, otherwise he would have got in big trouble also. But he calculates. How much time did it take for him to calculate? Finally, if we calculate his time, it's 19 minutes. So, without engine and without no chat support, 19 minutes for him to calculate not just what we calculated, but for sure he has calculated a lot more. Because finally for him there is so much at stake, and he goes c4. Wow, this is just amazing. Now tactically he is alert. That is something which we can say. And suddenly the knight on c6 has shown his class. Shown his class, we can say he's in the business class right now. Flight mein wo akela, dekho na, even if you look at the whole board, definitely this guy is in a business class. So, abhi it's important that this knight has to be removed. Bishop takes c6 is a very important move. Only move for Aryan. If Aryan doesn't find it, then Aryan is just almost lost, you can say, in that sense. Arey Gukesh Topi nahi, Gukesh OP. Yes, and guys, I think the best part is we analyzed it in so detail that all of you now know what is happening here already. And you know that exactly what was going on in his mind. जितना अपन ने देखा उतना उसने तो देखा ही देखा, प्लस कई गुना ज़्यादा देखा रहेगा. क्या बात है गुकेश, well done. B takes c6 is fairly a simple move. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, more than simple, I would say that it's, there is a method of elimination. And also, when we say that whenever we start a calculation with checks and captures and threads, अगर ये पोजीशन में जस्ट कैप्चर्स देखेंगे तो भी 1 हो गया, 2 हो गया, 3 हो गया, 4 हो गया. So already it's like, सर घूम रहा है, that kind of a thing. Like a lot of candidate moves to consider. It feels like that. But once you start calculating and you realize, okay, I cannot move this pawn, d5 is a very strong threat, that's eliminated. Then you understand that if whichever other capture you do, c takes d5 again is a very strong threat, that also eliminates. Update the live board. Acha, 1 second. Yeah, must. Okay, that's done. Thanks for that. So, what was I saying? Eliminate. Yeah. So that also eliminates. So after eliminating sab kuch, then you know that bishop c6 is the only move. And that's why he will find it, but he will have to maybe spend some time. Or if Aryan was already spending good enough time when Gukesh was thinking, and many times what happens is you play your move, and then suddenly you realize, oh my god, is this happening? And then you start thinking. Sometimes you are hoping, okay, let my opponent not find it, but your opponent is not your friend. So he's going to find it, and then in that time, that you have been calculating against this move c4, and if Aryan also has considered it, he will still play a little fast. Maybe he won't take more than 2 to 3 minutes here. But if he has not calculated it, maybe with elimination he might still play this move in 5-6 minutes. But later moves will also take some time for him to understand. Live board is updated right now. Now it's fine. If bishop takes knight, does Gukesh enjoy any advantage? Yeah, if bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, c takes, d5, we were coming at this position, he will have slight initiative. But it depends on where, firstly, right now, where should this queen go. So guys, if we are entering this position and I can bet on this, okay, then my question to you is, where do you feel like the queen should go with black? तुम लोग black हो, कहाँ लेके जाओगे इस रानी को? Underworker says someone kidnapped Sagar Bhai. Yeah, and then what are they asking me to do? Stop commentating. Maybe. Live board is updated. I feel Abhimanyu Mishra has a chance of reaching 2700 next year, and he may break all records. He's 14 and has a rating of 2591, says Shrikant. Very, very possible. Very much possible. 2700 is a very tough task. 1 year, 1.5 years. शिमला लेके जाएंगे रानी को. ओके, सो कौन सा है शिमला? B7, C7, D6. So that this question will be important to determine कि where is black going to move his queen. So queen f6. What did I say? Did I say something? No, where will the black queen go? That's what I said. Come on, guys. Okay, so queen d6 or f6 says Adarsh. Queen d6 says Vaibhav. Queen d6 says Preeti as well. Queen d5 only for Gukesh. That's a dream-like scenario. Anmol says queen f6. Queen c8 also is suggested. So guys, now let me tell you. This move, out of all the moves you're suggesting, queen d6 seemed most natural by all of you. But queen d6 is not a good idea. Not a good idea. And for what reason? I think we have seen this, but let me still show you once again. Not like only move for white or anything. He can play number of ideas, but he can definitely take on e5, knight takes e5, and he can go e4. Or he can develop his queen to b3 and defend the d5 pawn. So this one possibility with Gukesh surely exists, with the ideas of either he can even go knight e4, by the way, but he could keep the pawn on e4, have this pawn chain there, because this knight which looks like a blockader, usko to ek kick milne wali hai. f4 is gonna kick him out of there. And a pawn storm is going to happen with this bishop also there. All the pieces coming in. Rook on d1, rook on e1. Maybe this rook stays on f1. Plus f4 aega, so f4 ideas also need to be taken care of, and it can be a massacre completely. So that is something. That is the reason why queen d6 will have to be eliminated. To eliminate these ideas, Aryan will definitely need some time. By the way, he has played bishop c6, and let's just check how much time he took to play bishop c6. He took 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. Iska matlab, yes, he might not have seen c4 at least immediately while he played, but maybe somewhere in the middle while Gukesh was thinking. When many times it happens, why is my opponent thinking so much? what must he be thinking, and suddenly you try to understand based on what your opponent is thinking. In fact, some of the people, what they do is they make their move and they go and stand behind their opponent to get another perspective. Now this definitely helps when you are doing a lot of झगड़ा with your friends, with your family, कि वो कैसे सोचता है, ये सोचने के लिए, and then that helps the झगड़ा for sure. But it also helps in chess games when you are standing on your opponent's side. Sometimes you get some different ideas and different perspectives. So bishop takes c6 there. B takes c6 by Gukesh was played very quickly. Once again, he has come down to 15 minutes, and like I did bet on this fact that after queen takes c6, c takes d5, this is the moment where Aryan will need to use time, at least another 7-8 minutes on a minimum scale. Queen c7 is another. So queen d6 we have eliminated. Queen c7, if you go, you have entered yourself in the pin. You may not really enjoy it. Knight's gonna jump to c4 with the ideas of takes, maybe takes. Those are also in the air because there is also bishop g4 eliminating the defender. And ye pawn on e5 is gonna become really weak, so that would be the problem. So queen c7 will be eliminated. Queen can't go here. For people who said queen f6, once again, now here there are number of ways to continue. Bishop takes g4, h takes g4, queen takes g4, winning a pawn because you don't have time to recover the pawn because knight on d7 is hanging. So queen f6 will also be eliminated in that sense, and finally you will be left with 1 and 2 moves only. Out of these 2 moves, you realize that you would not love to keep your queen on c8. The reason is that is disconnecting the rooks. So if you have an option of playing queen b7, then this is the move which you would love to play, and that would be the best square to take the queen away. In a way, that's the Shimla for this queen. Let's say that is something which we can say, and let's see if he is able to find out. Knight d7 moves to f6 and queen moves to d6. Preeti says DDI and Preeti. I am Pritesh, 14-year-old prodigy, watching the match while my family members are asleep. Acha, okay Pritesh, but does your family member know that you are awake or you're watching, or how is it? Like, how did you get hold of the mobile? By the way, somebody had asked, any celebration if we reach 1 million subscribers? Guys, by the way, let me tell you, Facebook, if you see today our overlay, Facebook is almost reaching 1 million. It is 9,89,000 followers on Facebook as well. So if you have a Facebook account, do follow us over there as well. We have amazing content. The team really puts a lot of interesting stuff there as well. So do follow, and this is a fixed one because I think I'll update it tomorrow, 989k. So I'll not get to know even if you have followed today, but tomorrow I'll definitely have it updated. Sneaked the phone, says Preeti. Okay. Interesting, Preeti. I don't know what to say, Pritesh, actually. But I'm glad that you love chess so much that if you sneak the phone, you are preferring to watch Gukesh's games. That is amazing, Pritesh. Why can't we take on d5? अरे हाँ, अभी तो knight है ही नहीं. So that's a good question, because earlier whenever you took on d5, there was knight e7 check. So queen takes d5, but we did see this, by the way. What should white play? Once I'll just try to revise. Pranav says, just joined. What's going on today? Magnus already drew the first classical game very early, and the next Armageddon he beat Mamedaro. So that's there. Gukesh is playing an intense game, very very interesting, very unconventional, lot of calculations. So currently it's one of the most interesting game which we are looking at and learning and trying to think what Gukesh is thinking. So that's what is going on. Payang says, my eye says, go to sleep. But this waiting move is so tempting that I have been trying to sleep since last half an hour, but could not. Yeah, I think maybe what you can do is, because this is the most critical moment wherein the 3-4 moves things will kind of settle down. अभी वो शिफ्टिंग चल रहा है घर का, इधर से उधर से, यू नो, लॉट ऑफ टेम्पो आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है, ये सामान इधर से जा रहा है. सो दैट वे इट्स हैपनिंग एंड वी विल सी दैट once it settles down, if it's going to go in equality, if Gukesh will have some initiative, and what's going to happen. Rakshit says classical chess is boring. Seriously, kya Rakshit? Only bullet chess. Why is it boring? Can you try to say? And people, what do you think of classical chess? Is it boring? By the way, Nightbot says, check out Chess Ranga to improve your chess. Guys, do check it out for sure. It's a good suggestion by Nightbot. Ajay says, Gukesh is pretty well in this tournament, playing against such top players. On the other end, Arjun is also playing monstrous chess in Dubai. Indian chess OP. Yes, absolutely, Ajay. Absolutely. प्रसून झा says my big presentation just got over. अब बस गुकेश जीत जाए. अरे क्या बात है. All focus here. Preeti says Aryan blunders. And that's let's see what happened. What did Aryan blunder? Oh, Aryan blundered. Yeah, Aryan played. Why did it not get a... Oh, Aryan played knight df6. Aryan did not even take this pawn, and I was betting on that we are reaching this position because everybody's writing their Aryan blunders, and I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? It did not get updated. Thanks, guys, for making me alert in that sense. But he plays knight f6. In a way, if you see, what would have gone wrong is definitely not that he missed queen c6 and c takes d5, but his assessment to find a good square for the queen and how much assessment for white it looks really better, and all of those things definitely changed his decision to capture the pawn back, and he went knight df6. And now, what is the best move for Gukesh? Why is computer showing such good advantage for Gukesh? Because once again, with so many takes and so many possibilities on the board, even if that is the reason, to find it is still a task to do. Anil says, I think what may become serious issue later is the time. As of now, Tari has about 1 minute per move. He has to make 24 minutes in 28 minutes. 24 moves in 28 minutes. Wow, now that's definitely time pressure happening there. The moves, classical chess is a brain killer, says Chess Stranger. Classical chess is the best, says Ayush Thakkar. The moves do take a long time to come in classical, says Pranab. Classical is love, says Ayush. Chaitanya says classical chess is the real chess. Boring for audience maybe, but for players it's like test match. Upadhyay says. Manjil says classical chess is boring as well as most fun and interesting to watch. Anmol says I love classical tournaments. Payang says it is boring to watch with engine as we get to know the best move and we have to wait for our player to play that move. On the other hand, it is good to play over the board. No, but just knowing the move is not at all the thing, you know, Payang. It's to understand why that move is best. It's to understand why other moves are not the best. It's to check what feels natural and, you know, how it changes the evaluation. So it's a lot more for sure. Knight df6. Gukesh is thinking here. Ajay says, I came third in my office chess tournament. I am not rated still. Thanks for the knowledge I gained just watching Sagar Bhai's, Nikhilesh sir and also Agadmata's video. Arey, kya baat hai? Ajay, congratulations. And we have some move suggestions here. C takes d5 is 1. D takes e5 is 1. e4, oops, d takes c5, e4 is another, cd is yeah, cd is we've considered, d takes c5 is also considered. So majorly we, and queen a4, majorly guys these are your candidate moves, 1 2 3 4, cd5, e4, queen a4. Now if you play queen a4, those who want to retain the pawn on c6, who want to save that, but what you're missing, a big point missing, is takes here. By the way, Gukesh has played e4, but if you play queen a4, then you cannot take this because you will lose the bishop, and after takes, queen takes g4 and you lose the d4 pawn. So that was the reason Gukesh plays e4, and definitely that is a good move. There were two good moves for Gukesh. One was c takes d5, quite a good move. Queen takes d5, and well, c7. If you see, this didn't look to that extent, that level of practical play. Suddenly it's feeling like, यार ये pawn कर क्या रहा है इधर c7 पे अकेला, isn't it going to die? What if black goes rook a c8? What's really happening all of here? Knight takes e5, knight f3. So ये सब just not as natural as e4. Now with e4 we had seen 4 pawns in front of each other, but ये लोगों को तो देखो 6 pawns in front of each other, plus ये तो किधर पे जाके पहुंचा है. This is the most complicated placement of the pawns in front of each other, and amazing design. Definitely another game for a design award for sure. मज़ा आया, देखने को ही मज़ा आया. By the way, one result, Fabiano versus Wesley's game has ended in a draw, so they will have an Armageddon, which means slightly already in favor of Wesley as black. So Himang says Vidit drew against Saric today in the French league, to whoever was asking. Okay. Yes, e4 बहुत ही सही था. Border, yes, exactly. Never seen 6 pawns in front of each other in the center. Jani dushman in front of each other. Two gangs. I mean, this just looks very, very funny. By the way, he's played knight e4, and the advantage is all with Gukesh if he finds this move now. Right now, he needs to capture this d5 pawn. This d5 pawn needs to get away from the board. Queen takes d5 if it is played. Once again, you know you have knight takes e4, queen takes e4. No, this time there is no bishop f3 winning the rook, but you can simply push the pawn on d5 and have beautiful protected passers with ideas of bishop f3, bishop a6, c7, and those are the main ideas. Instead of knight e4, I guess you guys might have thought, ये देखो, ये दोनों इसको अटैक कर रहे हैं, मतलब one of the pawn is going to capture the d5, and यहाँ पे ये दोनों इसको अटैक कर रहे हैं. If we say कि c takes d4, यार मैं भी तो मारूंगा, पर c takes d5, and the pawn chain only looks so powerful and so strong that black cannot really allow such a pawn chain. And what are these knights then doing over here? Not f3 for sure, because this time you also have the e3. You don't even need that. But this pass pawn in itself, we know that it's clearly better for white. Suppose instead of some other takes, if I just want to, d takes e4. Actually, this was the best idea. Still d5, and you have the c6 pawn. Because of this c6 pawn, the whole dynamics of the position are changing. Only because of this c6 pawn. What black got scared was of losing the pawn on d5, having that center control with white. So he takes knight takes e4 now, and if knight takes e4, d takes e4, and this time d5, somehow because black also has this pawn on e4 instead of d4, and he's also going to play f5 f4. This can give him some benefit to get counterplay with f5. It is the reason that for knight e4, taking on e4 is not the best idea. You need to take on d5. Now, what do you think, guys? Will Gukesh find it? Also, if Gukesh takes some other move, just some other pawn, just to give you an example, then that's completely a problem, because black can take knight g3 and fg3 and looks so ugly. Yeah, without the black square bishop, the whole scenario has just changed. I mean, he has knight e3 anyway, but that's the reason knight takes, c takes d5 is a must. Another blunder? No, that's not a blunder, but yeah, that's definitely not the best idea. Never seen this type of position, says Tejas. ROE says, will never see six pawns facing each other. Yeah, quite interesting. Very, very rare for me also to see the six pawns in front of each other. Gukesh will easily find c takes d5, says Pritesh. Ameya Kanitkar says f3. Good question. That you want to win one of the knight, but there is a big problem, Ameya, with f3. It's a mistake. Yeah, knight g3, knight e3, lot of things. Knight g3 मार के knight e3 आ रहा है. Okay, maybe knight g3 takes knight f1 is simple. So knight e4, and Gukesh has been taking his time. 42 minutes he had. Okay, he's only thought for 5 minutes. But with such a position where so many takes are there, you are going to need time. Tari is on 26 minutes, and I'm sure that he will need to use all his time when Gukesh is also thinking, because very less time for him. By the way, quickly going to Anish's game, what has happened? Anish is better. Rook takes b2. Nakamura versus Norway gets equal. And Gukesh's game, we are here after knight takes e4. Gukesh, will he find c takes d5 and get a huge advantage? He could also consider knight e4, but these are the two moves, either of the two moves he needs to play on the board to really be able to sustain the advantage. After cd, knight c3. Now, if you go knight c3, aren't you losing the queen? Knight takes d1, and then losing the piece, just takes. So that is why you will lose a piece, not working. For c takes d5, this queen takes d5 will be the only move you will need to make. Once again, for knight takes c4, queen takes c4 will be the only move you will need to make. And then Gukesh will push the pawn. Yeah, maybe here you can ask why not rook a d8 and attack the d5 pawn. That is a good question. Though Gukesh has bishop f3 and attack the queen and support the pawn. Did he have anything better there? Wait a second. For rook a d8, did he have anything else also? Wow, he does have a very interesting move, guys. He does have an interesting move. I mean, I just to ask you, if you're tactically alert, what else other than bishop f3 do you see as an interesting idea for white? By the way, also let's not forget, in this case he has double bishops. Bhool na mat. Another Armageddon to start. That is Caruana versus Wesley. If Nakamura doesn't lose, then Gukesh cannot win. Okay. Anmol asks why not bishop f3 instead of knight e4. Let's check that. But f3 and f3 d6, majorly people want to do f3 and d6. But guys, if you play f3, e3 is seriously weakened. And what's your plan for queen e3 check? King h1. Not a bad suggestion, because here black had to find a good move in order to stay in the game. Wow, now this good move is not easy. Black to play. Let me ask you one more time. All of these calculations Gukesh will do, I guess. Unless he spots the best move. Many times what happens is, you see the best move, you make it. They say, you find a good move, you go for it. Don't wait for a better move. I guess they also say that in arranged marriage. You like somebody, then you go for it. I've never been to a match, Sandy. You must have seen my duplicate. Black to play. He needs to find an important move here so that white is put under some trouble. Many of you are suggesting e4 and trying to create some play there, and I like that you considered this move e4 beautiful, but c7 would be very strong there. And if you go rook d7, this is all quite complex, but bishop b5, the rook is in slight mess. Rook moves, then d6. You might think, have I forgotten about the rook on a1? But not really. Okay, here to d takes e7, and maybe you never had time to take the rook. If rook went to c8, then this rook simply moves. This is supported, and bishop a6 is a threat. So that's why not e4, but it's difficult. It's not easy to find, and that's the reason it's possible that white can go for something like this if he misses black's next move. Knight h6 is a beautiful counter-attacking move. That's the only defense black will have in such a scenario. Knight h6, the idea is to jump to f5 and create problems over here. The knight can also jump to d4. So knight h6, and in the same scenario, if you play c7 this time, rook d7, bishop goes b5, the c7 is not defended, knight is jumping here, so that won't work. So yeah, knight h6 is happening. So not f3 here, but after rook a d8, bishop a6 was the move, guys. Bishop a6 was another idea with c7 c8 winning material. So that was another idea. If rook takes d5, then this was a tough guy here. Queen f3, challenging the queen exchange, and you don't really have time if you move the knight back. Rook comes in, challenges this guy. If rook d8, then rook d5, c7 is game over. If you take here, in any case c7 is a big threat. So finally, after knight e4, Aryan Tari is... Oh, Gukesh took knight takes e4. Did this happen, by the way? C takes d5. We were here, right? Queen takes d5, knight takes e4. Gukesh takes knight e4. Wow! Amazing! He is maintaining big advantage. Knight e4, queen e4, d5. If he has taken knight e4, for sure he is going to play d5. No doubt. Somebody had asked here, why not bishop f3, pinning the knight? And that was definitely a good question, and black would have had only move, in a way, f5. Supporting this knight, and yeah, I mean, you still will have some advantage, so it's not completely bad or something like that. You don't have time, by the way, to take bishop g4, hg4. No, you don't have time to take here because your d4 is hanging, and if d takes e5, then queen takes c6, queen takes g4. Oh my god, it would have gone in so much of simplification here. But finally, black would have, got his advantage. Everything was supported. E5 would be lost, and then these two pawns would be quite dangerous. Yes, Gukesh goes for d5, guys. Gukesh is, maybe we can see clearly better. Let's not say winning. That's a little too much because of the some possibilities which can happen. Technically, he's winning for sure, but let's keep some benefit of doubt for counterplay for black, and let's have our fingers crossed. What about bishop takes e5? Why not bishop e3? Yeah, bishop f3 we checked. Nightbot says, dosto, don't forget to like and subscribe. I think Nightbot is copying Nikhil Roshan. Aryan to gayo. Sir, what is the probability of Gukesh winning this one? Asks passionate about maths. Possibility is 80% right now. Sandy says if there is high level chess classical tournament, only one player can play along with Vishy. Who will be your choice? Amruta ma'am, Gukesh Arjun or VD Hari Krishna? Because right now we are looking at Gukesh's game and he's playing amazing chess in Norway. Gukesh, for now. D5 here. Armageddon has started. Fabiano, no, Armageddon has not started, guys. But Gukesh is clearly better, and wow, what a opening it has been. Yeah, Aryan did try to find some good moves, but to follow up after you found a good move, to keep making good moves, yeah, that is a tough task. Definitely a tough task. Whereas what Gukesh did was he knew his opponent found the best move and he was like, no, I need to be alert, I need to find my counterplay. And you know, the counterplay he had was all absolute, in a way, a central attack on his opponent. That was his counterplay. Attack ही किया ना, finally तो attack ही किया. So just brilliant work by Gukesh we are seeing, guys. It's brilliant. And there we have Attack Like a Super GM with Gukesh. Guys, do check this out. It's an amazing training by Gukesh. He'd come to Mumbai. They recorded, Sagar and they recorded. It's a 5-hour thing, 5.5 hours, and amazing insights about how he thinks. And to hear Gukesh's insights is not going to be, you know, very normal, because this guy who has not worked with engines has such creativity in him. Definitely must check it out. Okay, what's happening in the chat? I must have not seen for a while. Gukesh's current standings. When Sagar will come, not sure. Wikipedia Global Chess League. Yeah, Sagar will definitely give an update on that. A lot of things going on, but do check their Instagram account. They have a lot of updates over there as well. Sugna says, this is what I was talking about. Switched from defending to attacking. Arey Sugna, kya baat hai? Yes, I remember you had mentioned that, and really that is happening. So well done. Gukesh always does this. Pushpa attack. Krishnan Angalwari. That's push pawns attack. Pushpa attack is nice. Nice name, Krishnan. Pushpa attack. Push pawns attack. Push pawns attack. Priti says, what's happening in Hikaru's game as he needs to lose for Gukesh's chances? Attack like Amruta. She doesn't bring all the pieces together. Adarsh asks, is it better to analyze with engine or without engine? Yeah, so this one, if you really want to improve chess, what I would suggest is, once you play your game, uske baad, a good idea is to, I don't know, you might know how to save games, but a good idea is to, let's say, save your game and analyze it with your thoughts, whatever you were thinking during the game, whatever variation, let's say, you rejected during the game. Let's say if Gukesh had to, by the way, for d5 has happened and knight f6 went, Aryan went back. So let's say in this game, if Aryan had to analyze, he will try to write in his analysis ki, oh, why did I play knight takes e4? Why did I not take queen c6? So he will write for queen c6, c takes d5, this, and all the calculation what he did, he will write there. And only later he will check. By the way, for knight f6, where this guy went back, let's continue with the question later. Gukesh instantly again goes, not instantly, but 2 to 3 minutes, he plays bishop f3. Yes, he had to defend the d5 pawn, and Aryan goes queen f5. Now Aryan has 22 minutes, Gukesh has 28 minutes, and at this point of time, we are once again, guys, at a very critical and tense situation. Why? Because if Gukesh doesn't play the next move accurately, he will be in a big trouble. So that's why, oh my god, this guy Gukesh OP, he is not even thinking to find this accurate move. 30 seconds, and with a lot of possibilities, a lot of other possibilities. I don't think it was a very easy move. But d6 and Gukesh OP, black's threat was e4 and win this pawn. That was his threat. So he played d6 here. Once again, like Krishnan says, Pushpa. So yes, mangoes are definitely sweet this summer. Got watch because of Gukesh's attack, I guess. So d6 by Gukesh. But what if e4? What's Gukesh's plan? The bishop needs to go back. That's the only move. And what do you see for black? Do you see anything for black? In fact, do you see anything at all? Yeah, maybe knight d5 looks like tempting because you are attacking the rook there. Maybe some ideas over there. So this looks tempting to me. But nothing more than these pawns. Ye dosti hum nahi todenge. Kya hi? Mazedar. That's friendship for you guys. So d6, knight, if knight d5, then white has a number of ways to continue. He's not in that tough situation to find that only move or anything like that. But c7 was always happening and it will happen. By the way, e4 was played by Aryan Tari, kind of forced in a way. Gukesh will also go back bishop e2. So c7 आएगा, bishop a6, bishop c4 आएगा, bishop a6 आएगा. Quite a lot of options. I found it in 20 seconds. क्या बात है keyboard? Gukesh's next tournament. I guess all of them's next tournament is Global Chess League. Oh, Santosh Kumar says Gukesh will be 13th if he wins. Hashtag 13. Will overtake MVL, Levon and Shark. Oh my goodness. Now that's another thing, yeah. Apart from the ranking of the tournament and everything, this is a big thing to become world number 13. A lot of things are on stake, yeah, with this one game. A lot of things. JP says join late, but wow, Guki looks in total control. Guys, for all those who have joined late, one moment is important to show you guys. Yahan pe, this was the moment, and look at this. There was so much stress here happening. So good that you guys joined late, but really never seen something like this. The 6 pawns in front of each other, like the chat said, Jani Dushman, and we had a lot of fun. So knight d5 played. Gukesh is thinking he could go bishop c4 attacking this guy there, and you might wonder, oh, but he's losing a rook. But ye rook abhi, it doesn't even matter. Firstly, even if you take this bishop, the dark squares are pretty weak, and c7 is coming next move. All these threats, rook d1, a lot of things are coming there. So that is something not to worry. c7, d7, rook d1, I mean them together. But even if you don't capture the bishop, and if you capture the knight instead, queen takes d5, bishop takes d5, and this bishop goes back to f6, still c7 and d7 is unstoppable. So that is clearly winning. It will be hanging, and that is how Gukesh can win. Maybe bishop c4 is the simplest to play, unless Gukesh wants to play the extreme best scenario move, which is c7 as well. But you can move your rook to c1, absolutely possible there too. But maybe I would still go for bishop c4. JP says thanks for revisiting, will help when I go through the game again. Absolutely. It's important to see how Gukesh got out of the opening, this bit of trouble which he was getting in. Trouble in this is, trouble is still not the word, because he wasn't in any big disadvantage or something like that, but the way he got out, he didn't stick to it. Yeah, he was not stagnant in that situation. He tried to find some solutions. So find a way, guys. In life also, don't be in the same situation. If you're not enjoying that same situation, then you find a way. How to remove yourself from that situation is important, with cool and calmness. I mean, yeah, he did play c4 and there was all this aggression here, but inside he's cool and calm. Bishop pair with two connected passed pawns, definitely more powerful than the queen, says Ajay Malla. Yeah, I mean, इन दोनों के बारे में क्या ही बोले, गाना ही गा लिया. Guys, what do you want to say about these two guys here? मेरा तो गाना था ये दोस्ती. I don't know what are your names for them. Maybe Jay and Viru. If you guys have seen Sholay. Fabi Armageddon has started, guys. Shall we have a quick look there? What do you say? अरे हाँ, कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे. Sagar is to sing Tom and Jerry. Now imagine if Gukesh also beats Wesley in the final round, says Himang. Gukesh has played rook c1, but Gukesh did not go for bishop c4. He did not go for c7. This time he goes for rook c1. And yes, still maintains a huge advantage. Definitely bishop c4 was stronger. Now, both of them almost around 20 and 23 minutes. And they need to make 16 moves to be precise. 16 moves for such a complicated position. You don't even have per move 2 minutes. You don't even have that. And without increment. Going to be very tough there. So, at this point of time, black to play. Black bishop d4 seems like a intimidating move, though it may not be still something to worry about. But bishop d4 with the idea of g5 and all of that could be an idea. Apart from that, maybe a6, because you don't want bishop a6. So stopping bishop a6 could be another possibility. And finally, Aryan might think of knight f4 as well. But we will come here once Aryan makes his move. Let's go and have a look at Fabi's game, because they are almost at the end of it. Fabi has 4 minutes. Wesley has 2 minutes. And what? Fabi is a piece up. He is a knight up. Fabi is winning. Now, will that not be huge for a leader to do in a must-win situation? Crazy. If Fabi beats Wesley in Armageddon, that is seriously something like he'll prove why he's the leader. A pin over there, the rook cannot move. White has to think of something. Also, is this guy going to just get pushed? Fabi, should he get out of the pin? But he cannot. If he goes here, then there is check again. So he cannot get out of the pin like that. Maybe he can move his knight. He doesn't need to care about these guys. There is the knight is a blockader, so this pawn is really nothing to worry. He goes queen d2. Now that's also in control. Queen d2. Oh, he's bringing his king there. But can it get a little dangerous later in terms of some drawing chances with black? Chandan Nagar says Indian thought it was bad and then it went up after rook c1. So Niklesh is right. Dhokebaz meter. Yeah, Indian didn't say it as the best move, but it did change. Tari played. Okay, Aryan moved. Let's go to Gukesh's game. We don't want to miss that. Rook c1, knight b4 by Aryan. But look at this. Gukesh is playing so quickly. He went c7 without much thought. And this time not at all caring about this a2 pawn. It's like knight takes a2. कोने में बैठा है. कोने में बैठा घोड़ा. क्या था वो? निखिलेश ने कुछ तो बताया था. Shit, I don't remember. Okay, but knight a2, if he goes attacking this guy over here, rook c4 can be found by Gukesh, what's happening? Let me just try to grasp a little bit because it's not very obvious, to be very honest. Knight is jumping to c3, isn't it? And also you've not attacked the e4 pawn. हाँ, कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा. Correct, Ritik, absolutely. Everybody remembers, that day Nikhilesh should come. That's nice. Awesome. So, yeah, here the main thing is you can just give the exchange if you want to. And ये दोस्ती हम नहीं. Once again, Anmol says, me and my sister are those 2 pawns. Push those bully rooks and protect each other. Arre, kya baat hai Anmol? Very nice to know. Where is your sister today? Is she not answering? Is it Armageddon? No, this is not Armageddon. So this is the position. Gukesh is clearly better, but they have to make many moves in very less time. In that sense, he is thinking there definitely, because there's so many imbalances. Aryan will try to create and find some counterplay. If you count the material, Gukesh is having 6 pawns. Aryan is also having, no, Aryan is having 7 pawns. In fact, Aryan is a pawn up. Actually speaking, Aryan is a pawn up. Gukesh has a pair of bishops. And, oh, he played bishop d4. Aryan played bishop d4. Gukesh has a pair of bishops. But what does Gukesh have for the extra pawn? These deadly pawns which have taken away all the important squares, and it's gonna tie these 2 down. So, so do rook ke liye you can say 2 pawns. That way. Bishop d4 by Aryan, and Gukesh is thinking. He has been making his moves very quickly actually. So let's see if he will find the next move very quickly. In a minute or 2 maybe. Let's wait here. In a moment, if I switch to Fabi's game, something interesting is happening, but Fabi is winning. Now it's very clear. He also has more time. So Fabi is beating Wesley, and that's for sure. Okay, let's go to Gukesh game. Once again, bishop d4 has been played. Gukesh is thinking, what are the moves coming to your mind? Rook c4, bishop c4. I love this part where I was going to ask this question, but when I looked at the chat already there were moves. Kya hi guys, amazing. How about bishop a6 first? Ali Reza lost it. Okay, so rook c4 is the main suggestion by all of you. 1. Bishop b5 also. We are seeing if any of the suggestions which you guys are giving us by chance also blunder. Bishop a6 is a blunder. Knight takes a6 for sure. But anything else from you guys? Bishop b5. King h1, is it good? Asks SP. Still in control. Wow, that's cool. No blunders from you yet. Queen a4. Still in control. Matlab, is it the position? Kuch bhi khelo chalega. Wow, if Gukesh has managed to bring such a position where kuch bhi khelo to chalega, that is crazy. A3, yeah, still in control. Is there any problem, Ritik? No problem. No problem, Ritik. Kaho na, no problem. Yeah, Mango people, you are right. Amruta, I am very good at finding blunders automatically. Queen b3. Guys, until now, whatever you have suggested, except for no, not queen d4. Oh, is queen d4 even possible? Just for the curiosity of it. No, c8 is controlled, guys. Queen d4 is a blunder. So, not happening there. Kuch bhi, matlab, not like the moves which are just completely hanging, not those ones. But if you see simple moves, they're all nothing, you're not finding any blunder there. Even a move like king h1 is not a blunder. Of course, if I must tell you to the chat, rook c4, a3 and queen b3 are the top 3 suggestions by धोखेबाज. थोड़ा विश्वास रख ही लेते हैं. Oh, he goes queen a4. That is also a good move. Yeah. Gukesh's moves are many times such that when he plays, then the computer says yes sir. पहले कंप्यूटर कुछ अलग बोलेगा. After Gukesh plays is like yes sir. Computer only, engine only. The bar salutes Gukesh. So the bar salutes Gukesh, guys. Yes, Queen A4 there. 19 minutes for Gukesh. Aryan has 15 minutes, and now he has to make every move in 1 minute. Like per move, 1 minute. No increment. That too, quite a complicated position. I mean, of course, is clearly bad, but they may not know the assessment is like +5, which we know. Maybe during the game the assessment is not so huge for them. It's not like he's winning or something. Would be very interesting to know what he will play. But Queen A4, and the idea is clear. You want to go D7. Once these two are on D7, इनको कौन ही रोकेगा? Nobody. Someone says Gukesh is such a legend now. Kumar says Gukesh's engine is superior than Leech's. अस्मिता से भाई ने बोला अच्छा मूव तो अच्छा मूव. Fabi won. That is phenomenal. Fabi has played this event just amazingly. Vignesh says, will Anish or Alireza break in time pressure? Haven't been able to follow in the last few moves. We'll try to do that. I would give my knight for the passed pawn. Exactly, that is what it felt, right? This knight trying to give it up. But it would make sense if you are able to give your knight for 2 pawns. Then actually we'll have 3 pawns for a bishop, and that's a decent composition. But it's too far from that. Srinjoy says Srinjoy likes bar salutes Gukesh. Aryan should resign. No. He should definitely not resign. There is still some... if one blunder could cause... If you mess up these pawns, everything right now is dependent on these. ये दोनों पे. मतलब, these are the prodigies. Oh, 850 members. 850 people in the chat. Didn't realize. Guys, Gukesh is almost winning, but still it is quite intense. He is a pawn down, but he has these 2 pawns over there. 7th rank, 6th rank. Maza aa raha hai. Stay there and let's cheer for Gukesh. Gukesh 0 instead of Alpha 0. This game gonna go viral for sure, says Ajay. Okay, let's try to think what Aryan would be thinking. Firstly, D7 is a threat. So you cannot go Rook D8 and try to stop D7. That's not possible. What else can you do? If you make a move like A6 with the idea of B5, and then there is, let's say, D7, and then you go B5. So, yeah, oh my god, in this situation, Gukesh will need to find only move. Now, white to play. A move for you, finally, guys. So that is the reason I would say maybe not to go for D7. We'll have to go back and check. But white to play here. So that is how it is. We still need to keep control on the nerves, and Gukesh needs to still keep control on the nerves, because the position looks for us +5. But for them it may not be the same with such material, and with, if you look at it, black's pieces are so amazingly active. It's just the rooks tied down for the pawns. Oh, you all found it. Yes, bishop b5. And how did you guys find it? A takes b5, but this time the idea was, by the way, not queen takes b5. That would be a blunder to give this bishop. Doesn't work. Knight would go to d3. I mean, number of ways, but yeah, knight goes to d3, attacks this guy here. You might think of making a queen, but then takes, and that is just bad for you. But the idea was to take one of the rook, exchange it, and there you go. Without one rook, you make another queen. So that queen sacrifice was temporary, and you have won the rook. So, oh, that's happened. Oh my god. That has happened. D7, B5, bishop takes B5. Gukesh finds it in how much time? 5 seconds, guys. Bishop B5 in 5 seconds. क्या बंदा है ये? Oh, Gukesh, OP, guys. A B5, Queen B5. No. That was my bad. That was my variation. He takes Queen 8. Well done, Gukesh. This has been such a classy game. Oh my god. Queen takes D7. Obviously, Aryan did not take the queen. He's gone for queen takes D7. Gukesh collects this pawn now. Right now, he still has one guy there. The C7 guy. Very well defended with the bishop on G3. That's still there. And materially, he is an exchange up. 5 pawns for Gukesh. 5 pawns for Aryan Tari. And clear exchange up by Gukesh. Now, he is losing this pawn on A2. Plus, these pawns can try to bring some trouble. So, it's not like game is over. He will need to be on his toes. And why so? After Queen E4, Gukesh has 18 minutes. Aryan has 10 minutes. 10 moves to be made still. For 40 moves, he needs to make 10 moves. And both of them are trying to play fast. Oh god, most exciting game of this tournament we are looking at. Kya hi? Kitna fast calculation by Gukesh. Truly amazing. Yes. I mean, we are just looking at a sample variation with bishop b5 and that happens on the board and he's like played it. Oof. Rook f no, queen e4 is played. Black is thinking if knight takes on a2, attacks the c1, then you will have to move the rook. Maybe rook a1. Actually, don't mind giving the exchange at any point of time. You could also go rook exchange back in that sense. But you could go rook e1 and keep that exchange, hard-earned exchange. Go queen b7 there. Later, try to keep control on this pawn. So let's say b4, if b4 is played, maybe queen b7 stops b3 over here. And if you try to play c4 with the idea of b3, now, wow. If I would not look at the engine, I would definitely not assess it as so much better for white. For sure. Because he still needs to find some beauties, you know. What are the knight a2 has happened very natural. Here what is a beauty? White to play. Not easy, huh? White to play. Instead of queen e4, queen b8 wasn't good. At that point of time. Yes, Adarsh, you have got it right. Actually, and rook e7, guys. So, deflecting the queen there. Queen is attacked. A full rook has been given. But you are making your second queen. And that is the idea. In fact, we might be seeing this. Who knows? Rook c7 has been played by Gukesh already. This has been played. So b4 looks very natural for black. And in time pressure, it looks like the first instinctive move. Because you feel like this pawn needs to stay on c5. It's protecting the d4. So that way. Also, you cannot play c4 anyway. Because maybe there is a pin or no. Guys, no, there is knight c3, so not so powerful. But anyway, b4 looks very, very, very powerful. So that is one idea. b4, queen b7 with the idea of rook e7, which it's very, very nice. Apart from that, if b4, queen b7, if he doesn't go c4, then what else does black have? If black goes knight c3, Still rook e7, queen e7. Is this winning? Just to confirm, finally. If this happens, queen takes, knight check, anything at all here, king h2, knight g3, no, nothing at all. And the pawns cannot really be pushed. Yeah, this should be winning. There cannot be a fortress. Can't believe that. So rook c1 has been played with the idea of queen b7 and rook e7. Now that's quite powerful. Can black stop that? Why not bishop d6? Where, okay, you want to play over here bishop d6. That's quite a good question. Bishop d6. Basically, the problem is after queen d6, rook takes, queen takes, and if king g7, queen c4. Actually, two exchanges up. You have two exchanges up, so this is still winning there. But maybe in the other variation with rook e7, you were winning a rook, because when you made the queen, one more thing to note is this queen was also hanging. So it was a big material there. So that was the reason. Pritesh says, I have to go to bed now. Kal school hai. Thanks for the live stream. Okay, Pritesh, thank you for watching. Gukesh is gonna win. You can have good dreams. 6 minutes for Tari. Oh, arey. 6 minutes. Kya baat hai? That's very, very tough. Oof. After rook c1, if knight c3, maybe he tries to stop rook e7 idea. Can he try to do that? If knight d5, rook e7 has been stopped, what else can white have? In this scenario, what can white play, guys? What is the move which you are getting? Ten moves for Aryan. No, he's not at all going to resign, because there is still a lot in this game. It's definitely still at a point where Aryan can fight on. Bishop d6, once again you want to go there. Queen d6, queen. This time pretty much compensation for black, not working out for some reason, because these four together, if you count, 3 plus 3, 8 versus 8 points versus these 10 points. It's like black might be 2 points down, but the pieces are very well connected with each other. Even if you go rook e8, there are no mating ideas. In fact, white could have all these points as weak points. So you have to be a little careful still. It's not like कुछ भी खेलो चलेगा, ऐसी position नहीं है. वैसा रहता तो Aryan would have resigned. But it's not that. And as you see, bishop d6 is tempting again and again, but that's not the point. What else have people suggested? Oh, queen b8. You're suggesting queen b8. Once again, look at this. The rook sits on c8 and all your ideas with c8 are over. So yes, you are definitely better, but there will be a lot of hard work to do. By the way, he played bishop f6, and now that's really a bad move. Bishop goes to f6. Why is it a bad move? Can you not just go queen b7? Okay, you might not have rook e7, but you also have rook d1 to attack the d7 queen. Both look good to me. Rook d1 attacking the queen. Where is the queen going to go? Can't go to c6. Can go to c8. And if it goes, to give you an example, a move like queen e6, exchanging the queens, is that happening? No, that's not yet happening. If that happens on the board, then rook can come to d7, rook can come to 7th rank, this rook can come to e1, but he's not getting rook d8. Does it matter? Is he going to be in trouble? b4, let's just try to see. b3, suppose. Let's just try to ignore his threat. b2, for example. Oh my god, can't even believe this is... Guys, beautiful move for white. फोर्क भूल गई क्या? किधर फोर्क कहाँ था? You didn't have time for fork, I guess. What's the beautiful move for white? Guys, beautiful बताओ. मतलब रुक b6 कितना भी विनिंग रहेगा. But beautiful is yes. धनुष, N, Fennel, अंडा, अभिराम, अजय, सिद्धार्थ, आदर्श, यश, आरोही, क्रिएटिव नहीं, आरोही भी नहीं. मैं कैसा? Rook f6 is a beautiful move. Allow your opponent to make a queen. Give him some hope. And suddenly, what is black? How is he even going to stop the c8 queen? If he takes here, then you have queen. Rook goes to f8. And then this king is safe, mind you. And then this king is gonna get mated with the 3 guys coming together. So that's the whole point. So that is why it was beautiful. Rook f6. Also, if you don't take, if you go queen b7, try to stop here. Still, the point is takes, and you don't even need a queen to checkmate your opponent. Wow. Lovely finish it will be. So bishop f6 has been played, and Gukesh is thinking he has rook d1 definitely as one of the option to go for, but he can simply challenge the bishop exchange. He can simply go bishop e5. Looks more practical to exchange this bishop. I think Gukesh might go bishop e5. Way more natural move to play. Queen b7 is of course another possibility. So let's see. We are expecting bishop e5, rook d1 or queen b7 out of these 3 moves. One of them. Queen b7 is easy. Yeah, agreed. Okay, that's almost Gukesh is reaching close to winning. 31st move is over. This is 32nd move. He has 14 minutes. Aryan has 4 minutes. And they need to make 9 more moves. So Aryan technically has 30 seconds per move. Oh, he played. What did I? Bishop. He played rook d1. Gukesh finds rook d1, the best move there. And Aryan goes back with the bishop to d4. Now Gukesh to play. Will he go queen b7? Oh, he goes queen c2. Man, what a move. Guys, he finds it. He's not gone for queen b7 or anything. He's gone for queen c2. Attack this knight here. Ask the knight, what is your plan? The knight, where is he going to go? If knight c3, the idea, queen c3, because there is pin here, you cannot keep the knight on c3. So knight b4 is the only move. Aryan may not take much time there, but once again, white to play. That was his idea, and he finds the queen c2 idea. Wow. Just simplifying everything. क्या बात है गुकेश? मुझे नहीं पता. Someone, अनिकेत विश्वकर्मा, अनमोल माथुर, चंदन नगर, JP, Bad Karma, Virus Gaming. Oh yes, but what his opponent played, queen c5 was the right move there. If knight b4, there is a pin, so bishop takes c5, rook takes d1. What his opponent played, Aryan played queen e6, defends the knight and removes out of the pin. Gukesh immediately goes rook fe1, attacks the queen with another rook. Queen c4 there. Now this is close to over, absolute close to over. White to play. Queen takes c4, b takes c4, bishop d6, rook is attacked. Rook has maybe only 2 squares. Rook c8 and rook 8. He will go rook c8. And then a nice move after rook c8. White to play. By the way, over here, maybe Gukesh had a stronger move or what? No, it's the same. Queen c4, b takes c4. Rook d4 was a possibility. Rook d4, cd4, rook b1 with rook b8. but it was unnecessary to calculate c3 and d3. So what he plays is bishop d6, rook c8 by Aryan, and now, yeah, Gukesh has made it as simple as possible for him. Bishop takes c5, what a lovely move. If you take here, then there is rook d8 and game over. If you do not take, then what are you going to do with the bishop anyway? Maybe bishop f6, stopping rook d8. That looks like the only idea there. Do you really stop? Rook d8. Resigned? No, not yet. Oh, resigned! Wow! Guys, Gukesh beats Aryan Tari. Amazing, and what an amazing game. One of the most complicated, just superb, tremendous chess, tremendous calculation. What control on nerves. Gukesh OP, god level chess says, मुझे नहीं पता. That is absolutely something which everyone will agree with. Guys, क्या ही खेला Gukesh. Already legend. Respect for Guki. Gukesh OP, Gukesh OP, Gukesh OP. मज़ा आया, मज़ा ही आया. All the calculations we know that Gukesh had to do at the game with so much on stake. Now he's world number 13, says Pranab. Oh, 12 or 13? Confused. Cheer for Gukesh. 2743 once again by Gukesh. 2743.7 says Pranab. Guys, the way he plays, this is, please definitely do check this out. Attack like a super GM with D Gukesh, and here you have seen number of times that Gukesh would make a move and then the bar would salute Gukesh. So that's how creative this guy is. 13th Rajabhav. 13th is Gukesh, Rajabhav is 12th. Got it, Himang. Thank you. That helps. 2700 chess crashed if it. All channels gonna just show this game for sure. No, this was an amazing game. And also Tari in the opening really played well, yeah, actually. But it was not so easy to hold it. That knight on c6 created such a chaos for him. Can we see Anish's game? Absolutely. We will definitely go and check out other games. Only one game is going on. Only Anish. Arey apna Anish. With Ali Reza. And in complicated position. 33 moves. 34 moves. Whoa. Now he has to make 6 moves in 4 minutes without increment. Anish to play. Black to play. Oof. What's Anish going to do? Hikaru's Armageddon coming up. Gukesh OP. Standings. I'm gonna show standings. Maybe here I'll try to show on the other screen. Or wait a second. Let me just quickly show you the standings, guys. Caruana on 14.5. He has, this must be updated because he has, no wait. Let me refresh it. Caruana on 16. Nakamura on 13.5. And his Armageddon is coming up. Gukesh on 13. Wesley on 11.5. Magnus on 10.5. I mean, they're all playing. But the top, if you see, Caruana means, in a way, Caruana is a champion, we can say. No, depends on Nakamura's game. Because next game, if Nakamura wins, we can already go 16.5. So, no. But top 3, we can see Gukesh, Caruana and Wesley. Okay, going to Anish's game. Anish played rook a6 over here. And he attacks this pawn there on a3. He's also losing if rook takes f7, suppose. Then that's a blunder, is it? And why is it so? Oh, why is this move a mistake? Black to play. Shrikant says, congratulations, Gukesh. His brain is combinatorial. He likes complexities. He just loves complex chess. And that is what is never easy to play. Yeah, Gukesh is definitely... kya khela hai, guys? I mean, such an opportunity, you can see, is so important for our players. all the young players, that one classical tournament can change so much of their morale. And not one, but at least, if you get to play such events, the way, the experience, the way you get to prepare, this whole thing is so important to climb up quickly. King g6. Yes, guys. King g6. The rook needs to be on f8 to defend his knight over here. And then the black... Oh my... black can start c4. Playing c4, c3. That is the idea. You still cannot move the rook. And this knight cannot go back anywhere to a good place. Knight g3 or something like it will just be... Arey, bishop takes c3. That's a blunder. So knight is in big trouble there. Maybe something like this. But okay, so rook a6 there by Anish, and you cannot take the pawn on f7. Plus this is pseudo because there is a pin there. So maybe Firuza needs to play king g2. If Firuza doesn't play king g2 with actually attacking this guy over here, because now if you play rook a3, then rook f7, and if king g7 this time, if king g6 this time, this bishop can come out of the pin and defend the f7 rook. So that can work for him, king g2, with the idea of collecting the pawn on f7. If he doesn't find king g2, then Alireza is in big trouble. Alireza has 5 minutes 26 seconds and he needs to find a move king g2. That's the only move here. Any other move is losing for him. Just to show a bit of it, if a move like knight e7, you can just see the Thogevaz meter here, and black can capture the pawn on a3 with the idea of maybe this goes on, and if king g2 now, once again pinning this pawn here with the idea of rook e3. So all these threats are upcoming and the rooks are very, very powerful for Anish. He is anyway materially, I think he's what? Oh, he's an exchange up. Actually, materially, if you see, Anish is an exchange up. Still, white is having so much compensation. So maybe Alireza was very resourceful and did some sacrifice and all of that. He needs to find king g2 now, and he still has some chances to create resources. Magnus Armageddon is over very, very early. It is over. Arpit says, ma'am, I have purchased chess-based database, but what all can we do with it? How can we see the videos? Can we please chess-based database, or are you saying chess-based account, or are you saying chess-based 17? Can you let me know? Will Gukesh be the youngest ever 2750? हाँ, कुछ भी हो सकता है. अंडा वर्गर says classical is boring. अरे रक्षित ने बोला. रक्षित को बुला के मारो. King g2. Oh, Alireza finds it. He is very, very alert. That means he has, got this bishop out of the prison so that it can be active. And now Anish is thinking, will Anish feel like giving back the exchange, or that is not needed? Rook f1, king f1 there. And wow, look at this move, knight g5, because you are having this double attacking idea. Quite interesting, but that would be equal. So Anish's game can either end in a draw. Oh, he goes rook a3. Or Anish wins. But Anish doesn't seem to be in that much danger. Good night. Chess-based 17. Then we definitely have a video on on YouTube. You can check out Sagar's video. He's explained all the features in detail and it's amazing. Chess-based 17 is amazing. Why bar not moving? Because the position is unclear. Rook f7. Once again, Anish needs to, of course Anish will find it. Rook g7 is the threat currently. So he will definitely go king g6. So that stops rook g7 threat. important is to go king g6 right now. And Ali Reza will defend the bishop, the rook. Oh, Anish has to play quickly, 3 minutes. He goes king g6, he finds it. Now Ali Reza will play bishop c4. And as we were looking at the variation of trying to attack this bishop on e3 via pinning. Oh, but it is now defended with the knight. Your bishop is defended with the rook. A lot of things are dependent on each other. If Guki beats Wesley, what would be his rating? अरे फिर तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा. But guys, Wesley will be white tomorrow. Gukesh will be black. So very very important game for Gukesh. The moves flow in a sense for Anish. Yeah, but you know, because because this exchange, white has all these pieces near the king. In a way, the king is weak, and Ali Reza is very resourceful when it comes to your opponent's king. We have even seen with Magnus how Magnus, after he made a blunder, Ali Reza had to find these moves, and he was just right there. So, not easy to face that from Ali Reza. He has gone king g6, and they need to find, the position is quite tough for 2 minutes to play. Okay, Firuza plays bishop c4 after some thought. He has 1 minute 55 seconds. Anish has little more time. It's also going to a time, but 37 moves, no, now 4 moves only, not a problem. Yes, he is definitely on the edge. If Anish wants to, I think Anish will give up his exchange at some point. He will. Bar not moving. You think the assessment is not unclear? It is unclear. Let's go to, look, this guy. Bar is moving. Oh, Abdul Sattar versus Nakamura. This game is important. Okay, bishop c4. Let's be at Anish's game. Both are having very little time. Bishop c4. What about rook e6? Oh, oops. Some moves happened. Bishop c4. Oh, Anish goes knight g5. Knight e7 check. King is... Oh, are they having perpetual? Knight f5 check. If knight f5 check, if king h5, now that would be a blunder. You see, with the king weak, because rook can take g7 with the idea of rook g5 mate. A mate. Can you believe that? And if you move your knight somewhere, then there is, okay, maybe I should ask the chat. White to play and checkmate in one move. And there are 2 checkmates. Tell me both the checkmates. One move checkmate. दोनों बताओ. SP says, considering Caruana might draw easily, Guki still has good chances of second place. Oh, by the way, a move has happened. Bishop f7. Yes, bishop f7 and bishop e2 both are checkmates. But this was just an example. Wanted to show you. He plays rook f8. Let's go. Rook takes e3 by Anish. Oh my god. Anish gave in to the pressure for the king. Rook h8 check. Ali Reza finds this very important move. Knight h7, fe3, and suddenly Ali Reza is better. See all of these changes, and 40 moves are also over. Both of them are going to play in time pressure, and the position seems complicated. Okay, materially Anish is 2 pawns up. Still, why is white so much better? Because look at this bishop. Useless guy. It's like स्कूल में उसको पनिशमेंट मिला है, बाहर खड़ा रखा है. Useless guy. Not all the people who get punishment are useless though. मेरे को इतनी बार मिली है ना, so you shouldn't say that. So rook b2 check there. White to play. Ali Reza is thinking, but this is exactly Ali Reza does. Final moments when he is under time pressure, opponent king, he is able to create this tension. King f3, e4 check. King must go to g4, not to take on e4. It's important. It's important to try to imprison this king here. With the idea of maybe bishop f7, knight f5, checkmate. Of course, black has rook g2 check. Oh, he takes on e4. And it was important for him to go to g4. Rook g2 check. Maybe he didn't like rook g2. King f4. But you have moved that rook to g2. Actually, this was all very subtle and extremely difficult to understand. So Ali Reza takes the pawn on e4, thinking he has now another pawn also to make it a passed pawn. Okay, Anish is thinking, but a good moment is to challenge this knight on e7. Not challenge, to ask him to get out from there. Very, very irritating knight. So rook b7 can be a good idea. Also, if Anish wants to exchange the rook on h8, he can do it forcefully with rook b8. Okay, he goes rook b7. That's a good move, Anish. This e7 knight is attacked. But only thing to take care is fork. Yeah, it was a nice match, Gukesh, with it versus. If Gukesh beats Wesley, so he gains 10.7 points and climbs to 2754.4 and position 9, ahead of Anand. Sakar Chess Ambernath says Nordirbek winning. Okay, let's also check that Armageddon very quickly. Oh my god! Nordirbek is finally awakened. It seems like that. And he is coming back to form. That pawn on h6, his queen on f4, threatening a mate, a checkmate in 2 moves there. Black must stop that. Rook e6, bishop f5. But bishop f5, g4, isn't it a problem? Yes, definitely it's a problem. And for rook e6, oh my god, what beautiful moves Nordirbek will have to find. Rook e6 if Nakamura plays. Guys, white to play. Can you find? क्या ही moves है. Beautiful. बस मज़ा आ गया. Chess Ranga is a platform where you will find a lot of training videos there, and the video automatically will pause. You will have to find the moves. You will get scores there. It's a beautiful training portal, chess training portal. Do check it out. We still, a lot of things are building up over there. Do check it out. F5 by Nakamura. But the move was, oh, all of you guys, well done. Shravan, JP, Anda Burger, Telegram, Bishop D7, lovely. Blocking the path, Queen F7 check is the checkmate idea there. So Bishop D7 was the move. Also Knight G6 was an amazing move there, because there's a pin, and if you take here, Queen takes, then Knight takes. But of course you don't like Queen exchange. F5 is played and Nordirbek goes Knight takes C4, disco here. If Queen takes F4, G takes F4, pawn takes Knight, then there is Rook E7, and that's going to be over. So Knight C4 by Nordirbek. Let's go to Anish's game. What's happening? It's still in control. E5 check, bishop takes E5, knight takes E5, king takes E5, bishop takes F7. Okay, Anish has lost a piece. Oh my god. Are they going to get into rook bishop versus rook? My god, that is going to be the longest game then. No, but I think Anish will not let that happen, because his pawn is on dark square and his king is also there. Until you win this pawn is going to progress. So maybe not. It's not going to enter there. But Nakamura's game, what's happening? Gf4, knight e6 by Nakamura, knight b6, rook is attacked, rook goes to b8, and Nordirbeg is thinking, computer says, engine says it's +9 for Nordirbeg. It's that huge advantage. But Nakamura is having a crazy tournament. And Nordirbeg has been having a tough tournament. So it's not going to be easy. By the way, Nordirbeg also has 3 minutes, which is a big thing to have this much time. So he's winning. He's having good enough time. So can he retain all of that? Because Nakamura, he's not playing against. Oh, Naka resigns. Naka resigns and Nordirbeg has beaten Nakamura. Whoa, crazy. Year knight d5 was happening, simply winning another pawn, and just such a bad position for Nakamura. Let's go to Anish's game. Bishop g8, c3, as we discussed that this pawn is going to stay in the game. Rook f4 check. Anish is thinking. Both the pawns are very beautifully defended by this rook on c7, and both the pawns cannot be attacked by the bishop. Bishop is like, यार मैं इधर कर क्या रहा हूँ, इतना क्या? Standing wait. Underworker says doesn't literally care, but this game he may have to care. Anish will draw. You cannot take this pawn, because even if the rook goes and tries to take this pawn, rook exchange is a draw. Okay, so this is a draw, and it's going to go to and it's not going to be taking a long also. It's going to go to Armageddon. Good news for Guki. Okay, standings. You want to see the standings? Let me keep this on. Top standings. Fabiano on 16th. No, you cannot see here. Okay, maybe I'll show it to you there only. Rook a4 check. These are the standings now. Let me just update it. Fabiano 16. Nakamura's game is over, so he's on 13.5. So Gukesh very close to Nakamura with 13. Wesley on 11.5. So tomorrow's game, Gukesh versus Wesley, very, very important. So these are the 4 standings, and Magnus on 10.5. So these are the top 5 standings. Magnus has no chance of coming neither first nor second. Neither first nor second. So, okay, these are the standings, guys. If Gukesh beats Wesley tomorrow, then definitely chances for a second. We have to see what the tomorrow pairing will be. Let me check the pairing as well for tomorrow. Yeah, here we have. Oh, already it's there. Wesley versus Gukesh. Nakamura versus. Oh, tomorrow Fabi versus Nakamura. So Fabi would be happy with a draw, I guess, with black. And Naka, if he draws, he is still going to. Yeah, his second spot will be fixed almost. So maybe their game will end in a draw. Fabi versus Naka might end in a draw. Magnus versus Nordirbeg. Anish versus Mamadaro, and Aryan versus Ali Reza. I think where is Gukesh? Gukesh versus Wesley, first board. So maybe practically, I'm not sure. It all depends on if Fabiano is going to play or not. Nakamura is going to play or not. SP says if Caruana Nakamura draws and Guke wins in classical, then Guki will be second. Really? Yeah, because 13.5, 14.5, 15. And Gukesh has chances to, if he wins in classical, right, correct. That's true. I mean, he definitely will have chance. But technically with Black and with Wesley, little bit difficult. I'm good, UPSC. Sakar chess, but it has to be classical win. Yes, he needs 3 points for sure. Let's go to Anish's game. Did they end in a draw? Oh, they're still playing. Oh, maybe Anish is trying for a win or not. We never thought of that. He cannot, because if he loses this pawn, suppose, then king is already on the short side. So that way, anyway, he cannot. Why are they playing? Can somebody explain? Rook d4. Ah, Firuza is thinking he can. But how? Ah, maybe he wants to bring the bishop here, collect this pawn. And he has stopped this pawn. So Firuza has hope. Rook, bishop, milke, if in time pressure. It's never easy to defend against rook bishop. So that way. But no, Anish is definitely having very good memory for all these endgames. Wow, Himang says Nihal is playing the French league right now and has a career high live rating of 2684. That's cool. He drew against Ivanchuk. श्रवण कुमार इज वेटिंग कि मैं कैसे बुलेट खेल के हाउ विल आई जस्ट डूइंग oh Shravan, I'm so tired with the classical games. It's not easy to play bullet. If I go to bed, I'll sleep in a minute, like Sagar. UPSC says I have a rating of 1898. Is it good? Is it classical? Is it is it a FIDE rating? Is it online rating? In any case, it's already a decent rating for sure. Yes, Andavarkar. Not easy but possible. Nothing is impossible. And Gukesh, as we know, loves to create complexities. So tomorrow's game with Wesley, क्या ही मजा आएगा. Nevertheless, he's got an amazing tournament. ठीक है, king d2. He's got this one pawn, but the king is near right now. Can white try to win another pawn? Is it even possible or not really? g3 by Anish. No, it's not possible. Because this king is far and the pawn on dark square is already protected by the king. I don't think Anish can lose this pawn at all. This doesn't seem like that position. So it won't go into rook bishop versus rook. Imagine they go into rook bishop versus rook. Then they play another half an hour. And then it anyway ends in a draw. And then they go to Armageddon. And that Armageddon game also ends in rook bishop versus rook. Okay, but a draw for black is going to be enough there. If Gukesh finishes second tomorrow, then that will be the best performance by an Indian player at Norway Chess, says Imang. Wow. Assuming tomorrow we all come 30 minutes early and playing with random 2 players from chat group, 1 minute bullet match. That is interesting. Yeah, last day. Wow, that is an interesting idea, Kumar. We'll ponder over it. If Ali Reza loses this, no, he can't. Oh, he can? No, he can't. Yeah, with some blunder like rook takes and then the pawn is about to queen. No, it's too hard. Flag down is the only blunder possible. What are you guys doing side by side? Apart from chess, what do you guys do? Apart from chess. Repetition of checks. इसीलिए तो पूछ रही हूँ. What are the solve maths, says VRP. Software job, says JP. That is a draw now. Rook G2 played by Ali Reza only, saying कि भाई बस हो गया अभी. Work, product, John, product, coding. And that's a draw there by Anish, studying Sai Charan planet. Drawn. The game is drawn, guys. It's over. It's over for. If Anish will go to Armageddon, and with black a draw will be enough. So, yeah, that was a pretty fighting draw they had. Oof. Sanjay is exploring USA. Wow, nice. So you are like that knight today's in Hikaru's game. A young teacher. Wow. What do you teach? Guys, this is the scoring. Wait, round 8. No, round 8. You can see the scores here of today's results. Updated. Finally relieves his mango people. Playing cricket. इतनी रात को युग कौन सा युग है ये? Kejo says enjoyed a lot. Thank you. Good night. Kejo Selonin. Nice. 19 moves with that knight. Hikaru the boss says Kumar. अच्छा 19 हो गए क्या? क्या ही crazy. So Gukesh was the only one who got 3 points today. Standings, please. Yes, there you. Let me refresh. And there you go. Final standings. Good night, Sanat. अरे कॉलेज जा रहे हो क्या तुम? Armageddon is after 20 minutes. Arey Kumar, thank you so much. Guys, thank you so much for following, by the way. All of you who are thanking me, but actually I should thank you because it was very amazing with all the moves and suggestions and all the fun happening in Gukesh's game. By the way, these are the final standings which we have seen for top 4 players. So if Gukesh beats Wesley tomorrow, and if Nakamura draws and Gukesh beats in classical chess, then he can come second. If Nakamura draws and Gukesh draws, then he'll still come third, 13, 14 and half, and Anish will have to 11. Yeah, he'll then come third. But it's important. If he loses, then it is a problem because this guy Wesley will overtake him. But if he loses in classical, that will not be okay. So a tough round tomorrow for Gukesh for sure. Really hope Guki finishes with medal. Second will be amazing, says JP. Mango people says world record with that knight moves. No. I'm sure there have been games with lot of knight moves. Oh, Carlsen has moved to number 6 because Anish, and in fact now Anish ka Armageddon to is baki hai. Oh, wait, Anish's Armageddon is still left, right? So if he beats Ali Reza, then he gets another half a point. So he will be also an 11 and half like Wesley. Got it. Fabi also loses and Gukesh wins, he will be first. No, he cannot come first anymore because I don't think tiebreak is going to be anyway. Oh, but they may have direct encounter. No, but Hikaru will go to. Oh, that is interesting. If Fabi. No, guys, come on. Fabi loses in classical, then it's different, but then Nakamura gets 3 points. So, no, he doesn't have a chance to come first. Yuk says CBI club है क्या कल Saturday है क्या? परसों है. ठीक है guys, so that is it for today and we will see tomorrow. We will meet tomorrow at 8, maybe a little early. We'll try to come a little early. Also, we'll check with Sagar if in case he can join for some time. Mostly he might be able to, but I'm not sure. A lot of things are happening, so not sure. What happened to Anish game? Anish's Armageddon is going to start in 20 minutes, in 15 minutes now, क्योंकि अभी मैंने बहुत बड़बड़ किया. You want to see it? No Armageddon game on stream. It's stream? No, it's not yet started. Oof. What? What on this stream? I'm not understanding. Oh, on this stream, Sagar. No, I don't think today he will join us. Tomorrow we will try to. Tomorrow we'll try to bring him up. Okay, guys, that's it. Yes, I am definitely tired, and I will right now take your leave. I would have loved to watch Anish's game with all of you, the Armageddon with Firuza. That would be so cool, so interesting. But I am right now going. I'll also record Gukesh's game today. Very, very key moments I have to share. I also thank you all of you for feedback. I have been speaking very fast. I'm still not able to, get the hang of it. But let me try and learn, and I guess I will get there. So today's game of Gukesh was so interesting. Definitely not worth to miss it. So I will do that after I go. So guys, thank you so much for joining me. Have a great day ahead, and have lot of positive thoughts, happy thoughts, spread goodness, feel goodness, because life is beautiful.